Hello, friends and enemies. Hi. I'm still a little depressed, um, but I have improved a bit. I'm gonna check the audio balance because I kind of want the voices to still be.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this bubble okay? Can you hear Paimon?
I keep watch. You leave, you call me.
Come. So, I'm gonna go ahead and jump into my Discord server. Give me a second. I feel like shit, to be completely fair. I kind of want to throw up right now, but I haven't really eaten much. I ate only enough for one meal, and I made sure it wasn't something that could spoil or that would normally make me sick. So the wanting to vomit is just from the exhaustion and the sadness. So I'm... Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna listen to some... Because I kind of want to listen to some stuff.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Okay, so I am gonna quickly ask Majesty for permission first before I do this. So give me just a moment. I gotta find Majesty's at. Oh, it's not Mar. It's before I messaged Aroy. Last time I messaged Mori.
I keep watch. You leave, you call me. I saw a rabbit.
Okay. I just asked Majesty, and if we get approval, we'll listen to his video on someone. There's someone that I've heard a lot of mention about in my various friend circles, and people have been telling me, watch Majesty's video, watch Majesty's video, and I've not been able to. So I wanted to get to the point I was relatively more mentally and emotionally stable before I watched it, because it contains some topics that are kind of sensitive to me since I'm a victim of emotional abuse and stuff. And so I just sent a message to Majesty to ask if he would be willing to let me listen to his video here on stream. But we probably won't find out for a while. He is a very, very busy creator, an amazing artist. I would recommend you check him out. His channel's name is Holy Majesty. I don't know if he has a Twitch. But yeah. Whether or not we get to listen to his video today or not, check him out. That being said, let's go ahead and get started. We've got that new event that started today that we can go to. Hang on. We kind of have our dailies we have to do. And I'm getting to this late, I know. But bare minimum, the first two, we can get 120 free Prima Gems. And so, like, my puppy's trying to curl up in my lap, but you know you don't like coming down here this early. I didn't feel good, and I needed to work, so. Oh, right, I was told not to sprint on the map because that's actually a waste of stamina. How difficult do you choose in never-ending battle? The greater the corresponding score multiplier. Forgot to equip the thing that I actually needed.
Windblade! This is not the end. Freeze! Dodge this! Freeze! Don't get frostbite. Dodge this!
I the show be. I'll protect us. Huh. Huh. Ready, steady, go! Eek! Ow!
Cool it. Dodge this. What's the hurt? Cool it.
Let's dance. Yeah. Huh.
Freeze.
Damn it. Okay.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this. Freeze. Dodge this. Cool it. Freeze.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to switch out Razor for someone else.
I can't wait any longer. We can do this. Let the show begin.
Gonna be healing up, so I'm gonna probably be standing still for a bit. I'm also having trouble switching characters, so that's not a good sign. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-second delay.
do, we could go foraging for ingredients. Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so now switch back to Barbara.
Let's dance.
Okay. I am just so tired. Like, even my more rational extended family members are making excuses, so I don't know what to do. Other than just let it fester. I mean, my mental health is improving. Like, I'm not obsessing over work as much. I'm, like, actually able to focus on my actual work, which is this a little bit better. And also on my music, which is also a part of that, and my homework, which is a part of me expanding my business opportunities within the music field. So yeah, like, without the source of the problem, I'm actually doing better.
Let's dance.
Come on, Kaya. Finish healing up. One more. Crap. That delay is killer.
I'll protect us. Let's dance. I'll protect us.
There we go. So now all I have to do is switch back to Barbara and use that ability again right after I start the challenge. There we go. So Deep breath. Hopefully the delay doesn't wind up slowing us down, but now we have a goal to aim for. Yeah? We're aiming for a score of 500.
Let's dance. Boba, get them!
Ah, cool it. Don't get frostbite.
After frying pan, it's hey-ya! I'll protect us.
Dodge this.
That delay is literally killing us.
Wind blade. Freeze.
Boba, get them! Let the show begin.
With the wind.
Nice and spicy.
Wind blade. This is not the end.
I'll protect us.
Yeah, that delay is literally killing us.
Cool it. Ah! This moment will be frozen in time. Freeze.
We're just gonna have to wait until the delay stops, I guess. Okay. Let's try to get some free Prima Gems another way. I'm gonna disconnect my Discord server. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not the most well put together person. Like, I acknowledge this, but kind of sort of exhausted, you know?
What's the hurry? Cool it.
Go, Barbara, go!
Stop sprinting.
Dodge this. What's the hurry? Cool it. Dodge this. Cool it.
I'm really, really upset. Not with myself, but like, it's.
La, 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 la.
Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
You're toast! Out of the frying pan! Let the show begin.
Maybe I wasn't meant for this world.
Boba, get them!
Freeze! Ah. Don't push your luck. What's the hurry? Ha, ha, cool it. Ha, 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 ha. Ah.
Nice and spicy. I'll protect us. Ouchie. Oh.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the like, Ultimus Tristan. Thank you for joining my Facebook page. Yay.
Let the show begin.
Freeze! Ha. 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 Ah.
Shit. Hang on.
Ha. Cool it. Ah.
Get them. Let's dance.
Freeze! Ha. Ah. Ha. Ha. Ah. Ha.
Okay, we're gonna have to make 2 pit stops. We're gonna have to teleport here first. Okay, sorry that I'm a little bit out of it still. But yes, again, thank you, Ultimus. I'm doing the best I can to allow myself the rest I need. Now that we're fully healed. Okay. Alright. Well, we did not receive permission yet from Holy Majesty to use
Come on, let's
his
get moving.
content.
We're not frozen in place after all.
So I'm guessing he's busy. I need to catch up on the news. And there's a lot of stuff that has been going on that I haven't been able to focus on. Hang on. Okay, so this first video we're going to be listening to is from the David Pakman Show.
Real quick, I want to mention that there was a bizarre and horrifying event in Philadelphia that kind of went wacky. White supremacists participated in a rally, a march in Philadelphia, meant to be about supposed election integrity, by which they mean that Trump really won. Check out this report from HuffPost. A white supremacist group based in Texas attempted a march on Philadelphia over the Independence Day weekend, but had to celebrate the holiday the Confederate way. They literally ran away from the people of Philadelphia. Michael Crum, a police officer in the city, told the local ABC station WPVI. About 200 masked and khaki-clad members of the Patriot Front organization, listed as a white nationalist hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, marched on the city in the Saturday night incident, NBC Philadelphia reported. They chanted about the election and Reclaim America, engaged in pushing and shoving with people, and took a reporter's cell phone. But that boldness quickly faded as more residents turned out. They started engaging with citizens of Philadelphia who were none too happy about what they were saying. These males felt threatened, and at one point somebody in their crowd threw a type of smoke bomb to cover their retreat. They're treating this like a tactical event. They covered their retreat. Philly Mayor Jim Kenney said he was appalled that the group chose his city for its demonstration, saying, while we respect everyone's right to exercise free speech, our administration stands against everything these groups represent. Racism, intolerance, and hate have no place here. There are videos of white supremacist groups using what look to be toy shields to protect themselves. It's all just absolutely and completely bizarre. One member of the white supremacist group was hit and fell when another member pulled the truck's roll-up door down, slamming him in the head in the process. I'm not going to play the clip, but it is there. There were no arrests, nor were there reports of injuries or damage. So, of course, I'm not for violence of any kind. I'm not for violence by the protesters, and assuming that it is not in self-defense, I'm also not for violence against these people. Couple interesting notes here. Number one, it's great that this went a different way than Charlottesville, Virginia, early in Donald Trump's presidency. Of course, you never want to see that. Number two, it's not lost on me that the people that are clinging on to the Trump really won narrative include all sorts of radicals, including, in this case, white nationalists. And it's good that the government is paying attention to the fact that that's a reality. And then number three, again, does it matter whether the white nationalists really think Trump won or whether they are just using it as an excuse to get out there and cause chaos? It doesn't really matter. Much the same way that there's people who say Trump's anti-Semitic. And then the counter is Trump's not anti-Semitic. His son-in-law's Jewish. His daughter converted to Judaism. His grandkids are Jewish. Oh, but you could still have Jewish family and be anti. It doesn't matter. If he emboldens and coalesces the anti-Semitic people and the white nationalists, what is deep in Trump's mind doesn't actually really matter. The actions are what matter here. And the actions in this particular case are that all sorts of radicals are getting involved in this. I feel stupid even calling it election integrity movement. It's really a wreak havoc and try to steal the election movement. All of those groups are getting involved, and we'll see what impact they have on the 2022 election, quite frankly.
Come on, we can do it.
Windblade!
Okay, so I'm sorry, Click. I'm gonna listen to one of your videos that I haven't heard before.
Disclaimer.
You want to know my trick for staying cool in the summer? Because I'm a cool kid, I sit with an ice block in my lap, and it's my best friend ever. Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lasses. Welcome to The Click. My name's The Click, and today we're gonna be at The Click.
Strawberry sauce.
Have you have you heard of the saying, the tongue is sharper than the sword? No. Well, I'm gonna teach you why. Welcome to r/. Why is this my job? God! But clever comebacks. Wow, I feel we're all so clever here. And have you ever wanted to have a nice comeback when someone says something evil to you and you can be like, haha, but your IQ is less than your shoe size? So let's do that together. Enjoy. Mwah. Not like reduce our shoe size IQ, but, you know, but anyway, subscribe. My daughter was wearing a flannel hoodie, so I said, hey, the 90s called. And she replied, yeah, because they couldn't text. And God... I'm getting really tired of my kids owning me. You know what they say, wholesome family times. You don't own your children, but your children's own you. Take that, boomer. 60 million Americans are subject to stay-at-home order or curfew. 11 million are right here in Ohio. What would the founders say? There was a massive smallpox epidemic during the American Revolution. Washington quarantined the infected, refused to let people from hotspots travel to his army, and even set up 1,000 soldiers in Boston to prevent the spread there. You should try reading a book sometime. This would stop my opinion, but I can't read. Twitter books. Last book that made you cry. University Physics with Modern Physics, 14th edition by Hugh D. Young, Roger A. Friedman.
No doubt, tears of joy, says the dude who wrote it.
Yeah. Gotta promote your own work smoothly. By the
Three
way,
weapons to
clicky
face,
literature, not out, because I can't write. How do y'all be 27 plus with no kids? Seeing y'all be 23 with 5 kids will do that to you. I mean, yeah. I've always found it weird that when people feel the need to, like, overly shite on other people's just life things. Maybe people don't want kids, and maybe some people want 20 little snot gremlins running around their house, puking on everything. Like, we're all entitled to our beautiful choices. Millennials aren't buying diamonds. Why? Too busy filling out job applications that ask them to attach their resume and then enter what's on that resume on the next page. God, I hate that. Oh my God. I haven't done that in a few years, but this still makes me livid. It's like, here is your personal letter. Now rewrite it in a dot form, in a form that doesn't save anything, and then it loses its cache after 3 minutes, even though you already had a resume. We should just go back to the woods and eat pine cones, I swear to God. MIT gets burned. MIT Tech Review. Ready for a world in which $50 DNA tests can predict your odds of earning a PhD or forecast which toddler gets into a selective preschool?
You can do this already with a zip code.
Oh, God. If we just all switch to cursive and stick to shift cars, we could cripple an entire generation. I love how you talk shite about the generation you've raised like it's their fault and not yours. My child is a spoiled brute. Oh my God, it's because I spoiled them. Who would have thunk it? American football coaches versus European football coaches. American football coaches, woo! European football coaches, woo!
Is it just me, or do all European football coaches look like Bond villains?
No, that one's not.
Unlike
unlocked.
the US ones that look like Austin Powers villains. Oh my God. Yeah, get him to the hospital because he has been burned. My God, and not the good kind of burnt. I rather look like a Bond villain, though, I'm not gonna lie. It's so snazzy. I kind of missed the mustache, though. It made me look like a very good villain indeed. Oh, aren't we ready for some fun here, Mr. Bunt? Check out my ASMR channel where I did like a villain roleplay. What is your real name? Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Making a plant illegal is like saying God was wrong. Making a plant illegal was the first thing God ever did.
Yeah.
I love the internet because we get to savor these dumb moments, and it makes me feel less dumb myself. It's beautiful. Oh, it's good. JJ Epa and Cole's spouse when they were actually 17. Man, I would have absolutely crushed on you at age 17. Crushed.
You wouldn't have survived the weight of my wallet, bish!
What a flex. Stay retired, Paul. You're better commentator than fighter. Does it make you feel good saying that? Now, would you say that to my face, man to man? Nope, you'll kick my ass. That's why I say it on Twitter. Fair enough. It's kind of like, yeah.
Okay.
But also, when you admit to it, it kind of takes the oomph out of the counter. It's like, you're a keyboard warrior.
Federally funded school from age 3 to 20 doesn't sound like education. It sounds like indoctrination, all at your expense, by force, in the form of taxes. Don't go to school, kids. You can't indoctrinate people if they can't read.
If there's one argument for federally funded education from 3 to 20 in this country, it's how gosh darn stupid you are. I mean, if you travel around the world, you'll find many different kind of solutions to how educations work and how funding works and that kind of stuff. US, from an outside perspective, looks a little funky, not gonna lie.
Homosexuality is an abomination to God Almighty.
Never miss, it's a gay event. Woo! Yeah, gay horses, baby! Yeah!
Sorry, getting excited.
I can't believe Taylor Swift is about to turn 30. She still looks so young. It's strange to think that 90% of her eggs are already gone. 97% by the time she turns 40. So I hope she thinks about having kids before it's too late. She'll be a fun mom.
What? I mean, God, talking about other people's wombs that you don't know and they don't know you, it's kind of weird. Like, that's not socially acceptable, fam. I hope she buys a house near an elementary school so you can't go within 5 blocks of her. Like, obviously, I'm not really a public figure in the same sense Taylor Swift is, and I would never want to be. Dear God, what a nightmare. But I found this weird. Even at my silly level, when I just sit and read memes, I see these wild opinions people have in takes, like how, like, oh my God, I can't believe Click does this or thinks this, and oh my God, he should do this with his life. Like, what? No, stop. You can watch my memes if you want to, but that's about it. I'm a real person, actually. Maybe. Don't look into it, please. I went for a walk down a country lane in the sunshine today. A couple walked past me in masks and literally sweared into a hedgerow to show how they were socially distancing. The whole thing is like a dystopian comedy sketch now. Or, you know, they saw a guy not wearing a mask coming too close to them and they thought, frick that, and moved away from that selfish twit. Alternatively, they just recognized you.
1. Do we criminalize all drugs? So when a violent crime is committed by someone high on drugs, for instance,
Okay, is
driving
it bad
high
that the
ideas or
Click
homicide
is
occurs
one of
going to a
my
violent
comfort
rage while on meth,
YouTubers?
the law has its hands tied and the
Like, he
victim of the
doesn't know
crime
me,
has less
but,
rights
like-
than a drug user.
What?
I-
It's not immune.
I like
Okay,
watching
exactly.
his
When they
videos
legalized
because they make
alcohol, we
me laugh.
stopped arresting people.
Like, is
for
that
driving
bad?
drunk. You can literally kill someone while drunk, and they can't arrest you and say alcohol is legal. Can you imagine that? How convenient that would be? That just drinking a beer made you immune to any kind of repercussions. You didn't file your taxes properly. No worries, Your Honor. I had a beer. Oh, you're free to go. Keep all your moonies.
Pokemon.
In 2002, a researcher found that the average 8-year-old British child will identify 80% of Pokemon, but only 50% of common wildlife species.
Wasn't there very few Pokemon in 2002? I feel that's like one of the most obvious thing here. Like, yeah, it's easier to recognize like roughly 200 cartoon animals that you see in shows all the time than like thousands of wildlife species. Common wildlife species don't normally yell their names at you. Isn't it just a pedagogical dream? Wild stag! Wild stag! Or a... Chilled, God!
What's stopping you from doing this with your partner?
Common sense.
No thanks, I don't need a vaccine for a virus I ain't got.
Vaccines are specifically for viruses you don't have. You managed to demonstrate a complete lack of understanding in one sentence, which is actually quite impressive.
I wonder how atheists moan doing the naughties. They'd be like, oh, evolution.
Atheists are the only ones allowed to yell, "Oh, God!" during the naughties, because religious people shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain. I wonder if God likes that, or not. Like, does he participate? I mean, God is everywhere, right? God is in everyone. God is in everyone. Oh my! Sorry, I'm getting like carried away about the old ye cursedness is coming out.
If you use facial recognition for anything, the government has your face. Oh, lol.
Wait until you find out about driver's licenses. Wait, do you have a social security number and a license or a passport? There you go. Basic stuff.
They think your haircuts are un-American. Well, it's very observant of them because we aren't American actually.
Ah, yes, indeed. That must bug them. Get it? Because it's the Beatles, and Beatles are you're free to laugh. It's free to... Happiness is free.
When I was the director of the CIA, we valued individuals based on their talent and skill, not their race or naughtyality. I'll never forget what one female analyst said to me.
Thank you for valuing me for my work. Teehee, I want my abilities and achievements to define me, not my sexuality.
Well, I assume folks at the CIA were better at lying than this. This feels like one of those, and then everyone in the Starbucks clapped stories. Me. You're a politician. Stop tweeting like this. Enter me.
You're too lit to politic.
Toronto City Councillor Norm Kelly.
The city is currently looking into how we can extract the salt from my haters and apply it to roads this winter.
We'll keep you guys posted.
Do men still open car doors?
How do you think we get inside? You will never change what you tolerate. Research flat Earth. No curve here. Can we agree on that? Yes, but that's oh my god. Okay. I love flat earthers because they remind me that even though I'm a failure, there are always people even more disappointing than me. You might as well say they fell a bit flat. Oh my god. Yeah, that punch really came at a curve. I'm sorry for making you all so excited. I can feel that you're on the edge of your seat.
Should people with learning disabilities be allowed to work for less than the minimum wage? Debate on Blorp.
Alternative phrasing of this question. Should employees be allowed to exploit some of society's most vulnerable people? This sounds horrible. If they're doing the same job, pay them for the job they do. What do you...
My BF got his side bish prego, but we both love each other. Should I stay? Yeah, still need a clown for the kids' birthday parties.
Have some dignity, please.
Would people be as comfortable buying meat if the date was animal was killed, was displayed alongside the best before date? British cooked chicken kill date.
Actually, I would feel more comfortable if we make choosing fresher meat easier. That's a very good idea. When vegan ideas backfire completely. Small coffee, $5. Small coffee, please, $3. Hello, one small coffee, please, 75 cents.
I'm not saying please to someone below me.
Judging by this comment, there is literally no one below you.
Ooh, he's the bottom.
Who wins this fight and why? Thory Worry and Bat Furry. You're literally putting the God of Thunder against a guy with a sore throat in a Halloween costume. You have stated that you believe that there could be an infinite number of parallel universes. Does that mean there is a universe out there where I am smarter than you? Yes. And also a universe where you're funny.
Hawking, you savage! He was just having a nice little interview and was being a bit teasy. It didn't have to destroy the man.
The sad reality of our world.
Oh, everyone is on their phone.
You have 27,000 tweets. You joined here in June 2016, which means you joined here 136 weeks ago. 136 weeks is 952 days. If you divide 27,000 to 952, the result is 28. You tweet 28 times a day, yet you still talk about how everyone is addicted to their phones. Considering the hours you stay awake, you tweet almost once every 30 minutes. 7 days a week. Your entire...
What? Jesus Christ!
By the way, check out my Twitter. The last thing I did was a poll of your favorite animal. I think it was baby ducks, land sharks, mini hippos, or mini T-Rexes. I would like to hear about your opinion about this very important political matter. People that walk faster are reported to be less happy. The faster you walk, the more unhappy you are.
Right! I'm unhappy because I'm trapped behind a slow walker. Now move!
It's not a micrometer.
Yeah, if we wanted that, we'll just tattoo your pee-pee. Micrometers are used to measure with accuracy, not small things. I wish my pee-pee was consistent, but it varies greatly based off if your mom has a bag over her head or not.
Ooh! Your generation are mostly spoiled brats that cry if they don't get their way.
As if your generation didn't spit on soldiers and implode if a black person used the same water fountain. Wake up, Wanda. In China's fight against COVID-19 outbreak, which part impresses you the most? Hospital built-in day, solidarity amongst Chinese, use of modern technology, spirit of self-sacrifice. Arrest of initial 8 whistleblowers. Oh, no.
Friendly reminder that you don't get to celebrate Lunar New Year unless you're literally from a country that does, or you're invited by someone who is from that country that does.
Friendly reminder that I hereby formally invite everyone to celebrate Lunar New Year.
The hero we needed but didn't deserve.
Why do men not so fast?
Gotta get home to the woman I love.
That has so many layers to unpack.
Christians against science. Oh, sounds like a blast.
The Earth is 4,000 years old. Change my mind.
The half-life of uranium-238 is 4.5 billion years. It decays into radium-226, which in turn decays into radon-222. Radon-222 becomes polonium-210, which finally decays into a stable nuclide, lead. The existence of lead as an element disproved a 4,000-year-old myth. What I usually say is that like pseudoscience or beliefs about the world that are clearly not based in any kind of factual evidence is usually harmless until you realize that it often leads to other ideas too and them finding people. For example, anti-vaxxers, which is actually harmful. Pseudoscience isn't a good thing. I think the best way I've heard this explained is by Carl Sagan, who explained it as scientific illiteracy, basically. So think about it as dyslexia or colorblindness, two things that I actually have, and apply it to the scientific method, for example. Let's say an example. Does this medicine work? I have invented a medicine for the common cold, and I give it to, let's say, 1,000 people, and I report back in a week and realize, wow, 9 out of 10 people are actually much better now than when they took the pill a week ago. Did this pill work? No clue. It usually takes about a week to get better from a common cold, and unless you have a control group, you can't tell the difference. If I instead have 1,000 people that I give the real pill, and another 1,000 I give a fake pill, I can tell the difference between those two groups, and then also apply what they call a statistical, what is that in English? Significance interval, basically. A margin that means that the result isn't only due to variance or other factors. So that's how you tell the difference. But, of course, this can be relatively complex, and it creates a lot of misunderstandings in these kind of circles. Pseudoscience, bad. Michael Myers, I wasn't born to wear a mask 12 plus hours a day. This shot getting ridiculous. End the lockdown. You were named after a character that wears a mask.
Embrace your legacy, Michael!
Which moment in a talk show made you say, what the frick? I absolutely love the episode of Dr. Phil, where he invited a rather unsavory character on for an interview. The creator of a national internet show called Bum Fights. It was a website that gave hobos money to fight each other for the camera, humiliating them for cash. The mustachioed host rightfully pointed out that this was exploitation of vulnerable people. Dr. Phil shows a clip of bum fights, after which the creator walks on stage for his interview, wearing a grey suit identical to the host, mustache, hair on top his skull shaven off. Pretending he had the moral high ground, Phil, fearing a rather difficult episode, say he was kicking the guy off the show because he did not want to give him an audience. Mr. Bumfights, is that his real name? Then Told asked him why. It is because I take advantage of vulnerable people, because that's exactly what you do. He was on for less than a minute and completely destroyed the entire Dr. Phil show concept. Beautiful. I guess to some extent there are different levels of evil, but that doesn't make one thing right or wrong. It's kind of a significant burn. Ouch.
Fellas, if you break up with your girl and the next day she wins $600 million jackpot, you mad or you don't care?
I am pregnant. The youth can walk faster, but the elders know the road. African proverb.
The youth have Google Maps.
Pattinson's Batman will be so raw and not sanitized, says cast member Peter Sarsgaard.
The last thing the world wants right now is
respawn.
raw, unsanitized bat.
Kind of feel bad for attractive people who are now having to communicate
hello,
with their words for the first
Connor
time
Renren.
and
I'm
realizing
listening
they
to
don't
The
have
Click
personality.
and trying to
I feel attacked.
beat
You
a
should.
basic challenge that I should be
The
able to
Green
beat
New
that
Deal
I
would
can't
destroy
because
the
I'm
American
too low
energy
level.
industry as we know it.
The electric light bulb will destroy the American whale oil lamp industry as we know it.
The new refrigerator will destroy ice delivery people as we know them. Oh, progress. Oh no.
There should only be 2 bathroom types, one specifically for me and another for everyone else. There is. It's called the diaper. Way ahead of you. Just install a septic tank in your trousers and have pipes that go into. Okay, maybe I shouldn't make.
Patent people hit me. Do you want your septic tank pants buy below merch? 20% off of the first pant.
Frickin' YouTuber. Who just think you are feckin' cool? I'm going to turn up at your house and burn it down. I am going to find you.
Auto reply. We have detected a transmission of a potential threat towards someone's life/damage towards someone's property. Code 46374A. Your device's IP address has been forwarded to the police department pending for an investigation. If you think sorry. If you think this is a mistake, reply stop.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
I love seeing like 12-year-old little shites on the internet panic. It's beautiful. Don't go sending people threats.
It's a little no-no, Timmy. If you show this to your
I have to
mama, she
bookmark
will
that.
do-
Hang on, look.
It's
Going
on
back.
internet Panic. It's
Hang on.
you think this is a department pending for detected a transmission?
Think you are. I am going.
Someone's life/damage towards someone's property. Code 46374A. Your device's IP address has been forwarded to the police department pending for an investigation. If you think sorry. If you think this is a mistake, reply stop.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
I love seeing like 12-year-old little shites on the internet panic. It's beautiful. Don't go sending people threats.
It's a little no-no, Timmy. If you show this to your mama, she will do the spankies.
Ladies, you can't be drafted. Sit down when war is discussed.
A lot of men have told me to sit down and shut up. Now those men call me Colonel.
Ooh, that gotta burn. I've never been more proud of my country. Teen Olympian overslept, lost coat, said frick on TV and won U.S. first gold of 2018.
Overslept? That sums up the work ethic of that generation.
How many gold medals do you and your cat have? Go knit some cat mittens, Deborah. Why are people always so eager to... Like an entire demographic of people. It's like, oh, this one teen overslept. They still managed to perform really well, though. So, I mean, they obviously are very good at what they do.
Let's
But
go
no,
ahead and-
their alarm didn't pling plong in the morning, so they don't deserve anything in life. Oh my god, I am the perfect model instead. According to myself on Facebook, where I don't have to prove anything. Take that, Deborah, you little poo-poo.
Worst example
ahead
of
and try
cultural
it out.
appropriation ever. LGBT stole the rainbow from God. It's his. He invented it. Then give it back.
One of my favorite things about Pride Month is celebrating the many achievements of the LGBTQ community, like when we collectively stole the rainbow from God. Honestly, if that was the case, it would be such a power move. Like, you say your little god is almighty, how about we just snibbity-snabby his rainbow with the gay power? Oh, take that. He can't handle the gay. How should I respond to my boss who fired me via email and let him know that I'm very disappointed I did not have the courtesy to do this face-to-face? We work from different states but always communicate through video calls.
Dear boss, I thought you want to know that someone has apparently hijacked your email account. The hijacker just fired me. Obviously a transparent attempt to make you look like a gutless, spineless, cowardly, shivering weasel.
A cretin lacking the nuts to man up and look at his people in the eye while stabbing them in the back.
But I am certain we'll all have a good laugh over this in the morning. Talk to you then, love me. Wholesome office vibes.
It occurs to me that every state has a database of sex offenders that does absolutely nothing for anyone, but there's no database of serial violent cops. Which would you rather pay for?
A database of sex offenders that does absolutely nothing for no one. That sounds like something a sex offender would say, and there it is. That's the dude in the registry. Howdy howdy. So easy there, Tiger. Your bias is glowing like a nuclear baboosh.
Public service announcement for men. Boxers are not shorts. You cannot wear them outside.
Don't tell us what to wear. Teach the girls not to stare. You think that bad? Wait until I wear just one sock when I go outside. Yes, you did. Guess it right. Mwah.
I actually wore a bandana covering my face, nose down, to go to the bank
Healer,
today. Whole time I'm
spiral.
thinking, I've convicted people for less evidence
Most of
than
these
this.
people.
You just made a
nice.
terrifying point that our criminal justice system, which you didn't intend to make. What's something that feels British but isn't? The contents of the British Museum?
It should be cold outside this morning in middle America. Aren't you glad you aren't heating your home with a solar panel like nitwit socialist is demanding?
Do solar panels work in the cold? Yes. Do solar panels work by absorbing light from the sun, not heat? In fact, the chemical reactions that occurred with the solar panel are more efficient at cooler temperatures. Also, white snow can act like a mirror to reflect more light onto them.
Hello, my name is Catherine. I'd like to adopt a pure-beard cat from your shelter, preferably British short hair. I don't like mixed breeds for aesthetic reasons. Do you have one?
Yes, we have one British Shorthair, but he wants to live with only British people. He doesn't like mixed breeds for aesthetic reasons.
What?
Provide us with your ancestry documents to proceed with the adoption. Oh, how the turntables. I left my front door open in my room. I just went out and I can't find it. What are the consequences of this? It has no natural predators. It'll be dead soon. Nature abhors a vacuum. The dad jokes are overwhelming and, oh my god, I love it. The pain is so satisfying.
If men are agreeing with you, you said something stupid.
You are absolutely right. Oh, just take your own weapon.
Weirdo, why'd you like my pic from 2017?
I'm not weird. You just haven't looked good in a while. Oh! Don't enter the ring if you're not ready to take a chair to the crotch.
Men opening doors for women is a symbol of aggressive patriarchy. Men are saying you may enter or leave at this place, but only when I say so.
I open doors for, like, everyone if I'm a little bit in front. Okay, anyway.
A man opening and holding a door for a woman is him subconsciously reminding her that all men are in control of a woman's choices.
I dash ahead of women and hold the door closed from the other side so they have to fight me for it. This way, she knows she defeated the patriarchy fair and square and opened her own door. Yes! lift each other up in society. Woo!
Wanna know who wouldn't have these problems with Thanos? These boys.
Let him defeat Rotten Tomatoes first. Timothy Chalamet grew a hideous little goatee and it sucks. Hey, I found this article you might want to read. I'd send you the link, but I think you already have it. Same publisher. Body shaming makes teenage boys depressed, more likely to use drugs.
Oh my god, the hypocrisy.
I've never understood this weird obsession with like attacking people's looks constantly. It's a little bit yikes. Before being burned alive by the Spaniards, Chief Hatre of the island of Hispaniola was asked if he wanted to accept Christianity and go to heaven. Hatre asked if the Spaniards go to heaven, to which the priest said they do. Hatre then stated that he would rather go to hell where he wouldn't see such cruel people. Hell yeah! Oh yeah, we're going down to meet our boy! VIP tickets to hell down in the description. Go there with all the fun people, like pirates, and don't go to heaven with all these rampaging crusaders and stuff.
Ladies, what would you do if you found another girl's nudes on your man's phone? Send them to myself. When he asks for my nudes, I'll send hers again. Ooh, recycling, right, Stacy? Oh yes, I love me some recycling. It's for the environment. Nobody told you to bring that heavy backpack.
And nobody told you to bring that nasty attitude either, but I'm stuck with both. My boy James! And that's a perfect way to end the episode with a bit of poo-poo on. I do hope... How is this? Okay, I do hope you enjoyed this beautiful, beautiful video, you beautiful being. Make sure to hit subscribe to the channel and check out my Twitch down below to catch my beautiful streams that you will definitely enjoy. And I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Mwah.
Help protect us.
Disappear!
Boba, that really hurt. Nice and spicy.
Get back!
See if I can do it again. Let's see. Go ahead and listen to Click rant about his own subreddit. Why the fuck not? Psst, disclaimer. Alright.
Clickbait. I can't even be mad. Oh my god, why is it getting so hot in here? Oh, hello there. You are probably the responsibility because you are so hot. I have to sit with an ice cube in my lap just because you refuse to leave my house. Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and welcome to Click. How are you doing today? You look dandy, fine, and delicious. Today, we're gonna do something beautiful. We're gonna go to the worst place on the internet, which is
My subreddit, oh my god, but we love it anyway. It's like a puppy that pees on the floor, but it's still kind of cute, so you know you can't really hate it.
So I do hope you enjoy this educational video. Mwah! It's not drinking alone when you have multiple personalities. The click, the click, the click, the click, the click. This is just some coping mechanism for not having friends. It's important to love yourself, just as friends.
I am so brainy.
Where's the lie? Where is the lie? Day 2 of giving Click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. Okay, well that seems to be a standpoint. Click's classroom, oh whoa. And it's a bunch of like things and people listening, people actually listening to it. Wow, okay, that's kind of a yikes. I'm kidding, it's...
Leg, bottom text, gah!
I feel like memes have just reached this intellectual level that I can't comprehend anymore. Me defeats the Arch Illager, Heart of Ender. Hoppity-gloopity, gonna wave my arms around and be very scary. Hop, lip, lip, lip. It's the Swede of the Boreal Valley. Get your bosses right. I am going to do Are You a Furry quizzes.
To prove that you aren't a furry? To prove that you aren't a furry.
I hate this. This meme format, with me replaced with this specific question, has been trending on so many places on the internet. And I am very upsetty spaghetti. My spaghetti is unboiled and upset.
The children are fast,
The Click Simba plant chair.
But the Combine is faster. Take that! The Click's channel, it's named The Click for a reason. It's because I am the Click. And not you, plant. Or fat cat. It's me, the best one. The Click, the Click, the Click, the Click, the Click, the Click. Okay. The Click. Ukulele, plant, Simba.
Oh, it is a beautiful. Oh yes, indubitably. I'm gonna get stabbed in the butt. Everyone loves a little bit of butt stab.
The Click, 621k. I think that's kind of outdated, but... And people just calling me out for everything. These videos are just turned into call-outs for Click. I swear to God. Day 3 of giving Click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. I see, yeah, it's growing indeed. Okay, well, this is escalating. I am not a furry. Calls to people above closet furries. Closet furry, furry. The frick is a furry. What? Which direction does the scale even go in? I don't understand this. Number of characters 3. Click, OT, plant. The Click, I love you guys. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. OT, we're the best thing that's ever happened to you. The Click, yes. Plant, I'm starting to feel a little sorry for you. You gotta sow the seeds of friendship. Number of characters, OT the Click. OT, do you have any skeletons in your closet? The Click, you mean literally or figuratively? Honestly, the fact that I have to specify, if I'm gonna be honest here, if you are in the closet, you technically have a skeleton in your closet because you're basically just a flesh suit outside of your skeleton. So there you go. Everyone has a skeleton in their closet. I mean, it depends. Sometimes people, it's more normal than you think. To the Click. I wish I found you sooner. When you give advice in your videos, I have made those mistakes. And if I knew earlier, I may not have made them, and I would have gone through my breakup with my significant other faster. But I'm really happy that you're giving advice to those that may not have gone through those experiences yet. That is so sweet. Don't take my advice in videos like fact. I only ever talk about my own experiences in life, and you know, if someone can relate to them, that is awesome. Learn from other people's mistakes is like the cheapest way to learn. But don't take it as fact. But I'm really glad that, you know, it helps someone. I do hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
Click, 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 click.
Anyone looking to purchase 15 copies of Click It Once?
Yes!
Virgin Click. Don't know what day it is. Replaced by a plant. Turned the wholesome dead into topicky wapicky. Chad Clock always knows the time. Don't even try. Consistent rhythm, no bullet points. What are these freaking memes, man? The Click. The Click. Oh, my subreddit is so deep and profound. Oh, don't you just feel your brain swell as you watch this video? It should. If your brain don't swell, you broken. People after posting a joke about Simba. Where? Upvote. Yeah, that's pretty much how it all goes. The subreddit is just karma farming at this point. Here's a picture of a random plant. Can I get 6,000 karma, please? No, it's a plant. Day 4 of giving Click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. I'm noticing a certain pattern with these posts. Hey, topic, here's a VIP ticket. Hello, Clicky Wiki. Mind if I... Yes, you should grab it. I see that sweat mark. But every decision in life comes with a certain risk. But believe me, it's worth it. It's a land shark. Yes, please. Oh my god, it's beautiful. If I could have one wish come true, you know, normal people wish for, like, you know, world peace, ending poverty. Land sharks. land shark should be a real thing. I don't understand. You know, that's proof, basically. There's no god, because if he was a god and he was all loving and but I made land sharks. Scandal. Yeah, trash.
That expression, though.
I personified Click's mic again. I hope you enjoy. Oh, dear God. This gives me some, what's it called? Cortana vibes? Yeah, that's pretty much what this is. But my microphone. You see that microphone? You have fan art too now. Oh my God, that's so good of you. The Click's videos, my anxiety, my depression, my bad memories, toxic a-holes on the internet, my neck pain.
And then it got even worse.
Honestly, Click is one of my biggest comfort YouTubers, which probably sounds weird because of the way he acts.
Oh, wait, somebody
Not
else
weird at all.
thinks
He may
Click is a
be
comfort
known as
YouTuber?
cursed, but he's just a charismatic and clever guy. Wow, I should read comments on my subreddit more often. This is just like a massive ego boost. I love this. Can I do this for my birthday? I just sit and read nice comments about myself. Hello, fellow ladies, gentlemen, and plup. Today we're going to dive into photosynthesis. I have literally turned into a plant. Is this my son? Did I do something weird with the... No, I don't want to know. I was texting my most cursed friend a while back, and he asked if he watched the Click. He said no, because he is too cursed. That was the day I learned I was the most cursed friend. It's a compliment. That means your mind has been unlocked. Look at him! He cannot refuse this charming man. Oh my God, I look so cute. Look at that picture. Oh my God, it's almost as cute as I am in real life. Oh, what happened to the mustache? Nobody knows. Oh, such a mystery. Oh my God, they must have run away. Topicky wopicky. Oh, clicky wicked. I don't know why this is considered like fiction. This happened. When we meet up in real life, this is how it's gonna go down. Human one, stay out of my path. Me seeing people read my terrible fanfic after Gods and Clicks YouTube video. The self-cringe. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, yes, indeed.
Me plugs a mouse into my computer. Everyone else at the PetSmart. Ah!
Day 5 of giving the Click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. Is this just... Why are these like the most popular posts on the subreddit? I don't... Okay. This pixel art is amazing. I love it. I love coming across things like this when I'm researching for videos like this. And it's so beautiful. Oh. People are so talented, I love it. Corporate needs to define the difference between this picture and this picture. Hoopty-doopty, they're the same picture. Who would have thunk it? The Click, the Click, the Click, the Click, the Click, the Click. Oh, God, oh! This is me just coming out of my house to see my friends and like, who should I bring today? The Click. The Click, the Click, the Click, the Click, the Click. Yeah, that's pretty much how it feels nowadays. God. Like, for example, the furry theories, they're just out of absolute control.
And it's self-inflicted, of course. Like everyone's...
I'm innocent. I mean, I am innocent. Not me, but... anyway. Number of characters, too. Someone. The Click. Someone. Go to hell. The Click tearing up. I wish I could. Ah! Well, it's almost as hot here as hell now. And I do have a neighbor with an extremely loud, like, what do you call it? Hedge trimmer. Worst thing ever. It sounds like a power plant that's constantly exploding. And he really loves his hedge. It's like, oh my God, 5 hours a day. What a shame if someone would be working from home and have a studio nearby when I do this. Sorry, just venting about obvious frustrations in the life of a YouTuber. Moving on. You can't recognize someone just from a mustache. Me, an intellectual. Joke's on you, I am completely anonymous now. I have protected my identity. I'm basically like an inverted Batman. I am man boy. Day 6 of giving the Click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it.
And somebody's even giving awards to it now.
I need comfort characters as much
You know,
as
when
the
we
next
said
person
it couldn't
right now,
get worse, well, we were wrong. The Click.
The Click.
Really suffering from
Am I eating myself? What? B-Stars made me a furry. The BNA made me a furry. The Click made me a furry.
Really suffering from
what?
a
Is this
really
my
bad
legacy?
bout of depression.
Is this my my legacy is questionable. That is so cute. The Clicky kitty with the dress. Have you seen this? This is the most adorable thing ever. Oh my God. Look at those little paws coming out of the dress. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, class. Flirting is now a school subject, so it's time to get smooth. Let's start with an example. Who wants to go first? Jose, get up here. If some hot piece caught your eye, what would you say?
Elvo?
A+. Gah! Yes. How to be smooth like sandpaper.
Oh my God, someone gave me a baby duck. I'm loving life.
If I make this voodoo doll and do naughty stuff on it, then maybe his power shall drain. And then there's the picture. I don't like how people put together out of context things in my videos. It make me seem maybe not worse, but maybe
Okay.
I haven't looked
Yeah,
at furry
yeah,
memes for like
that's-
2 weeks.
That's the click for you.
Doubt?
Yeah.
What?
It's like,
Come on! I was being honest. I was sick. I was on vacation.
The click-o Simba. The click-o Simba. The click-o Simba. The click-o Simba. Simba, the click-o. The click. Yeah, and it's not only Simba, that's the worst part. It's like, this is my subreddit, right? Right? It's everything but me.
Hello, topicky wapicky wilky young nice weather. Let's go outside.
Click, no, stop it. For the love of God. For the love of God, yes, you forgot a word there. Normal furries, I am into the furry fandom because of the cute art style. The click, beans! What else could you possibly be in it for? Beans are healthy. It's good for your everything. Cocaine, marijuana, beer, oh wow. It's one hell of a drug. The click, one topic. The click, one topic, oh. One topic, ooh, woo, oh, whoa. Take that, little topicky wapiki. Up until very recently, I think his most viewed video on his channel was like an r/OO. It did change as time progressed, but it was kind of funny. Day 7 of giving the click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. Soon there's only going to be mustache. Imagine when you reach the point where half your body mass is just mustache. It's from Porco Rosso, and someone is suggesting I look like the main character. Well, not anymore. Now I'm completely anonymous. Nobody will realize I am like a pilot hero, but yes, still looking fly. Get it? Because they're like flapping around. Okay.
I require your soul.
Oh, is this what humans mean when they say they got baked? I see.
I've only had Click for a day and a half, but if anything happened to him, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself.
Seems about an appropriate reaction. I'm about that small in real life. As long as one topic is smaller, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Everywhere I go, I see his face.
And it's an absolute treat.
Frickin' loser sits by himself. Christ, just look at him.
Sources are saying. People just walk past and like, duh, look at, God, the scoos tang.
The click. The point in a romantic relationship, either heterosexual or otherwise, where two participating parties experience a moment feeling the change the way they both feel towards the relationship, and where they both feel the relationship is both permanent, worthwhile, and usually that the other person is the one. This usually consolidates the relationship status as a long-lasting or serious relationship. Have you two had the click yet? I'm so excited. Me and X had the click last night. It was never going to work. We just never had the click. You see that? If you're struggling in your love life, just watch my videos together and you will realize that things can get so much worse and you should be happy for what you have.
Happiness is all about contrast. Oh my God, this thing is so good. Oh, the coldness. Oh, hell yeah.
Any adorable animal exists. The click. I want it as a pet. Can I have it? When I grow up and I retire from YouTube, I am just going to start a farm. Basically, that's the plan at this point. I'm going to start a farm and I'm going to breed land sharks. I'm going to combine like dogs and sharks. Believe me, it's going to work. Me saying I'm straight, being born in June. Yeah, I'm straight. The click. We're all curved on this channel. We all have back problems. Anyway, Clicky, cat, level 6.
Oh my God, what is that thing? What? What? What have you done?
That's not a cat, that's a demon from hell. If hell had a hell, this demon would be from that hell. Holy crap. Furries. The click. I am beginning to see a pattern here that I like. PewDiePie, you're the one who has freaking cat ears on your headphones, PewDiePie. Uno reverse card.
No thoughts. Head empty.
Oh, that's so sweet.
It's so cute and so relatable. Oh, I wish I could empty out my brain on demand. That'll be so nice and relaxing. Not that there is that much to empty out in the first place, but you get the gist. Satan, meeting the click. Satan, you seem innocent enough. Why are you here? The click.
Papi Santa, I've been so bad. Are you gonna punish me?
Satan, okay, stay the frick away from me. Well, Satan, if hell had a hell, that's where I would be from. Oh, it's okay. You can be afraid. I feed on your fear. Day 8 of giving the click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. The click looks amazing without a mustache. You guys are just mean. Thank you, Mr. School Project person. It's kind of small now, but that's more like unshaven. Thank you very much. I Appreciate your kindness, stranger. Everyone freaking out that the Click shaved his mustache off. Me, knowing that it did it so its next plushie will have a different design. What should be the next one? The Clicky Kitty with blonde hair? The Clicky Kitty with the dress? The Clicky Kitty with no clothes at all? OnlyFans edition, how about that one? Ooh, spicy. Well, I like you, the Click. But I'm kind of scared of that guy, the Click.
I don't even know that guy.
Look at me, brother.
No. No, it's definitely a trap. Oh my god, someone found me on, I have no clue what this is, but man, look, it looks just like me. Alternative career paths. Hell yeah. The Click. One topic. Finally, they got our heights right. And they also managed to get the fact right that I have like 3 knees. Astounding. Thank you.
I have achieved comedy.
The Click. Oh, I know, right? I know. It's so funny.
I'm just sitting here sweating, trying to laugh at memes. What is my life, man?
Click.
It was Clicks. Hi, everyone. I'm his manager. My mascot. He's a small package, but a very intense package. It's like those little juice boxes you buy, you know, the small ones that you pour out with water. Clicky Kitty is basically like that, but a personality.
now
It's
I
like
need
a
to
condensed personality, very
actually
small,
create a party
but
without
very, very
the main
like.
character in it.
If you drink it, it's not gonna be very nice. r/furry IRL. Click. I took 3 tests that says I'm a furry. So you're a furry, right? So you're a furry, right? Shut. Day 9 of giving the Click a bigger mustache every day because he shaved it. That's not even the shape. That's just a lump. It looks like you spilled coffee over the picture. Behold the internet. YouTube.
hang on, I
That's
need to
right.
switch Razor and Kyra.
You can say anything you want and put all your interesting ideas out to the world. The Click. The Click. Ah, it's beautiful. Creativity goes hand in hand with just devilish behavior. RAR XD. Well, thank you all so much for watching this video and joining.
Okay. It's nice getting to listen to my quote-unquote comfort YouTuber every now and then. It's like, but someone else actually does think of the Click as their comfort YouTuber. That's actually refreshing. Like, really, really fucking refreshing. Okay.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think that fits how I'm gonna have to do this.
I keep watch. You leave, you call me.
Wait, is that a furry IRL video of Clicks that I haven't seen? Oh wait, no, that's one I've seen. Anyway, there's a lot of content on YouTube that I would love to watch, but I think that's the most I'm going to be able to do without permissions. There's the Animo Cube, sitting all nice and calm. I have to beat it, and I have to beat the GeoCube. Oh, here's an Illuminati video from over a year ago. I mean, yeah, the Illuminati has issues, but sometimes listening to her content is good, you know? Like, let's face it, anyone who's on YouTube or Twitch has issues. Like, fuck. I know mine. I'm depressed and anxious and perpetually a hot mess.
Hey everybody, I know sometimes the topics I cover on this channel.
Okay, so like, but oh, that's so cute. She opened with with footage of Casper the Friendly Floof this episode.
Can get a little bit intense, perhaps, like this video you guys are going to be
Must've been when he
watching
was a
today.
puppy.
So I just wanted to remind you guys that my puppy Casper has his own YouTube channel,
Okay.
so if you need a little bit of wholesome goodness after this video, make sure to check it out. Links for his
I got
channel
my
will be
own
in the
puppy.
description box down
Like,
below,
she heard the
or
word
just type in
puppy, and
Casper the Friendly
she,
Floof on
like, woke up
YouTube.
a
Love you
little
guys,
bit and
let's
was
get
like,
into the video.
"Give me
Hello
stretches,"
everybody,
and I'm
and
like,
welcome back
"Whoa."
to the channel. My name is
Anyway.
Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to be talking about a very different topic than what I usually cover. Now, although I don't exactly condone getting personal emails in my business email, this happened to be an email that I did receive, and usually I kind of brush them off because sometimes it's just people complaining that Blair White did something and then realizing that I'm not Blair White and then getting really embarrassed about that and sending me like half a dozen emails, or it's people going, hey, can you do another subreddit? And I just kind of ignore that. But this email was kind of a longer one that was sent to me, and it was about something I've actually never heard before. This one actually came with some kind of result to it, and it wasn't some wild goose chase. But I received an email about something called the Circle of Hope, and it didn't seem quite right, so I dug into it, and it turns out it was not. Here's a part of what I received from that actual email. And shout out to the person that sent me this. I'm keeping your information private, but thank you for sending this to me. It seems like your typical Christian boarding school, but there is way bigger, more disturbing side behind it, the email read. Based on some of my own research, this boarding school is more of a sick, horrifying cult. The daughter of the owners has a TikTok account by the name of @Exposing Circle of Hope. The main video that blew up was her addressing all the horrible and disgusting things that they would do at the school if any of the girls who attended misbehaved. The girls were not allowed to watch TV, read any books besides the Bible, were not allowed to listen to the radio, and not allowed to wear pants as a female because those things are considered evil and that you would burn in hell for eternity if you did
Oh,
them.
that was
This induced starving the girls as punishment, the man that runs the school picking up a disabled child by the neck and slamming them into the ground to restrain her, girls being told to restrain their own peers, and if they didn't, they would be restrained instead, and forcing girls to eat their own vomit. I'm pretty sure all these punishments classify as abuse. The fact that nobody has done anything to stop the horrible boarding school is what really scares me. The owners should get jail time, to be honest. So of course, after reading something quite horrifying like this, as you can imagine, I kind of had to look into it because I was honestly hoping that this was just not true and this was some kind of lie. But obviously, since I'm making a video on it, there is some facts in here, so get ready. It's not going to be a fun video by any means, but sit down and get ready for this video, guys. Let's get into it. So let's start with the TikTok. I'm going to preface this by saying this is a TikTok, to be super clear. It is not by any means a reliable news source. This isn't the New York Times or something. This is not a reporter saying this. Still, I wanted to go over the personal stories and what's made this all come to light. All of the videos seem to come from one person, Amanda, as she talks about this boarding school. The first video on her page is very concerning. There's no context, so I can't pretend to understand what's going on completely, but there's an older man telling some young girls, teenagers by the looks and sounds of things, to knock her out, and it goes for the rest of them. There's some phrases that, even with context, aren't really things you should say, like, I hope you die, I want to see you suffer. There's really no good context for that. And I really can't think of a situation, at least like not offhand, where saying knock her out would be a good thing. And the way the girls respond, yes sir, is kind of strange. I'm hesitant to call it disturbing because, again, we don't have a lot of information here. This is all alleged so far. But at the very least, it's kind of concerning. After that, we have Amanda making more claims about the abuse at Circle of Hope. The list goes from not being able to watch television or read any book but the Bible to watching a man grab a disabled child by the neck and forcing them to eat vomit. This is definitely the video that was mentioned in the email to me. There's almost 300,000 views as of writing this and nearly 4,000 comments. Amanda later says she was eventually kicked out because she told a 5-year-old that if women were going to hell for wearing pants, then so were many of the older women, including her mothers and sisters at Circle of Hope. Guess that's considered the last straw and too rebellious for Circle of Hope? I don't know. Another thing that sort of helped solidify this story for me were other stories. It wasn't just Amanda, but there's been other stories on her channel. One woman explains how their letters were monitored and read, probably to prevent the girls from speaking out or alerting their parents, if I had to guess. Amanda, considering that she's the daughter of these people that run it, would know better than anyone else what really happened behind closed doors. Hearing her speak out against her parents is pretty compelling, but if there was only one person speaking out, I'd find it much harder to believe. Another woman calls Circle of Hope a cult and describes how isolated they were from the outside world. Then, in an interview, Amanda describes the eating puke situation in a bit more detail. Apparently the girl didn't like olives, so she was made to eat a bowl of olives then, and when she puked it up, she was told to eat the puke. When the person Amanda is talking to says, "We don't have that in prison," Amanda says that the boys who leave Agape say prison is better. Agape, by the look of things, is the male version of Circle of Hope. But potentially the most alarming thing about all of this is the hashtag #WhereIsRachelKelso has started to go around. Supposedly this woman was handed over to Circle of Hope in 2007, and she's now 30 suffering with a disability. And this whole situation is really alarming, and I've got no idea why it isn't making more headlines or getting the attention of more people. I'm guessing it's because this is a religious private school, and well, like, those kinds of places may be just notorious for this kind of abuse. I don't know. So we've heard all the accusations, but now onto the important part. Is this actually real? Is this exaggerated? Is this faked for views? As much as I really don't want to believe someone would do that, especially with how legitimate it seems, stranger things have happened. I'm not comfortable reporting stories without proper evidence unless, well, they're supposed to be stories and nothing more. And then I found this. This website is a staff list for Circle of Hope. It lists Amanda Householder's parents, Boyd and Stephanie Household, as the owner and wife of the owner. Boyd is not a licensed mental health nor medical professional, and Stephanie is a registered nurse by the look of things. So at least they have one person who's in the medical field, though that's about all the credit I can give. Even though Amanda came out with her stories recently, this stuff has been going on for over a decade. It's not as if reports are suddenly pouring in. If that were the case, I'm not sure I'd want to look at this story until a few were confirmed. But this place apparently has a history. HEAL, or Human Earth Animal Liberation, the website that compiled this list, has received reports of abuse since 2010. Though some of their old links aren't working, the ones that were are pretty damning. A mother from 2010 wrote, "Yes, please help spread the word out. The Circle of Hope is a scam. They just steal the parents' money and do not educate the children. In fact, they mainly are slave labor for them, the adults, to sit around and nap. I sent my daughter there as I was told it was a loving, caring Christian environment. Anything but that, more like Satan torment. So I wish I had never spent the thousands there that I did. They deserve to be in jail for the fraud and the deceit that they trap people into." Satan torment and slave labor, she calls it. Those are some pretty harsh words, and it's not like this mom is saying, "Oh, I don't think this place is a good fit." She's accusing them of slave labor. That only adds more validity to what Amanda said earlier, and it's kind of making me question what else is going on, and how a parent could become desperate enough to send their child somewhere that clearly has a checkered past. Another blogger reported on the story and made similar accusations. He worded things carefully, remarking that it's all alleged, but again, we see someone speaking out against this school publicly all the way in 2011. Boyd Householder uses Circle of Hope Girls Ranch tax-exempt status not only to commit fraud against parents, but also abuses and neglects teenage girls. Mr. Householder is the self-described CEO and founder of Circle of Hope Girls Ranch, husband, father, grandfather. Householder calls himself Gunslinger for God. Why someone who is entrusted with teenage girls would go around calling himself a gunslinger for God is beyond comprehension. Former students of Circle of Hope claim Mr. Householder screams and spits in girls' faces. Girls were either force-fed or denied food depending on the whim of the staff. If a girl vomited, her face was shoved with her vomitus, and much more. Girls claim that a few of them were made to perform push-ups in horse feces. Parents were charged thousands of dollars for tuition and $300 for uniforms. Parents were promised their daughters would get a quality education when in reality the girls actually received very little to no education. It is alleged that an adult staff member of Circle of Hope Girls Ranch had sex with one of the minor girls while she was a student at Circle of Hope Girls Ranch. It is further alleged that Boyd and his wife Stephanie Householder knew of this. It is alleged that the Householders told the girl not to say anything, that they would take care of it and notify the parents. It is alleged that the parents were not notified. The staff member left and that's all that was done. No police report can be found. Not only are we hearing details of the exact same story about the girl who had to eat her vomit 9 years ago, but there's even more information. If a staff member, an adult staff member, had sex with one of the younger teenage girls there, that's rape, because children can't consent. And if Boyd and Stephanie really knew, well, then it kind of makes it worse because they're aiding a rapist. The staff member being theoretically fired, if they were even fired, is not a consequence proportionate to their actions. That person should have faced jail time, that teenager deserved justice, and she absolutely deserved to have her family's support at that time. As infuriated as this all made me, it was a blurb from an old story on ABC News that finally confirmed everything I've heard. 3 months after she sent her 15-year-old daughter Kelsey to Circle of Hope Ranch in Humansville, Missouri in 2007, her mother returned to rescue her.
Wait,
Maddox,
this
42,
is
said she
Missouri?
was hesitant to
Pause. Holy fuck. I need to take a breath. That's Missouri. It's really fucking close. Shit. Anyway, moving on.
to believe Kelsey's claims of abuse at the school, but saw testimonies from former students that scared her. We were told everything we wanted to hear, but nothing was as it was portrayed. She provided abcnews.com with photos of dirty facilities, beds made of only plywood with thin foam cover, and bruises on her daughter's feet from working in the ranch in shoes so old the soles were tearing away. She said the school charged $300 in uniform fees. ABC News mentioned many other stories that day, but they mentioned Circle of Hope by name, and this dates back to 2011. I don't need sources for that material, not just one, not just two, but multiple trustworthy sources are all corroborating the same story. After all, I don't want to feed you guys misinformation or hurt someone's business that doesn't deserve it. But after seeing this and seeing that same number of $300 for a school uniform, my parents sent me to Catholic school when I was younger, and uniforms did not cost that much. Well, this was just about all that I needed to give me the assurance to go full steam ahead and trust that these stories have some truth to them. I can now say with confidence that Circle of Hope has been abusing teenage girls for at least a decade now. Towards the bottom of Heel's page about Circle of Hope, they include photos of what the girls endured. These photos aren't particularly graphic, but they show the condition that the girls were living in. The first photo is of a damaged toenail that looks so painful and disgusting. The description says it's due to lack of foot protection. You can see beneath it the photo of the shoes the girls were wearing, and they're just falling apart at the seams. The sole is almost completely gone, and this place is in Missouri. It's not like it's easy weather there either. They were wearing this in the snow while working with horses. That's just inappropriate. The fact that the school isn't giving them proper clothing or work boots. Like, if Circle of Hope wants to make working with horses a part of their school, fine. Plenty of places to do that. But at least make sure people won't get injured because of crumbling boots. Seriously. After that, the next photo shows that there's not even a bed for someone to sleep on. I'm not 100% what we're looking at, but the caption says, wait, there is no bed. But that I was told was because someone else paid more than we did. So they aren't in it for the money, but they will take mattress to get more money for another girl. Then the next two photos are of a falling apart closet and the $300 uniform that looks like it's something you can't even pay to get rid of. The caption even says that these are the clothes the Salvation Army rejects, and with the Salvation Army's low standards, especially for themselves, that's got to say something. And yet, despite this photo evidence and these claims drifting around forever, hardly anything is actually being done. Unfortunately, many state governments around the country lack the legal power to oversee religiously affiliated residential schools. As Vice says, unlike personal religious exemptions where an individual might argue that the law requiring, say, medical intervention, vaccination, or anti-discrimination violates his or her religious freedom, these facilities don't need to apply for special treatment. In many states, such exemptions are written directly into the laws meant to regulate residential youth facilities. That is, religious schools that are never subject to the rules in the first place. The state passes the law for the regulation of residential facilities, and then they put within that statute a religious exemption. Liz Sepper, a religious liberty expert and law professor at Washington University at St. Louis, told me. You don't need to apply, go into court for the exemption. The law was never applied. Thus, many states allow religiously affiliated boarding schools to operate without registration, educational standards, background checks, or instructional certifications. Even when institutions have long histories of abuse reporting alleged whippings, isolation rooms, and Bible memorization. To me, this doesn't sound Christian. This isn't love, this is abuse and nothing more. This is people with a God complex interpreting the Bible in twisted ways, picking and choosing what they want out of religion and weaponizing it. It's fucked up, and the laws need changing, plain and simple. MLMs work their way around laws to scam people, but these kinds of religious schools don't even have to try to abuse these children. They just demand a bunch of money for tuition and uniforms, use the children as personal slaves, and call it education. Are all of them like this? Absolutely not. But this system and these laws allow horrible people to use the name of God in despicable ways. HEAL even has a list of all the private Christian schools that need to be watched out for, and it is one hell of a list, seriously. The font and colors make my eyes bleed a bit, but once you can get past that, the shit is a compilation of the ages. Under Missouri, sure enough, we have Circle of Hope Girls Range and Boarding School, as well as the Agape Boarding School we mentioned earlier, which is the sort of boys version, I guess. And under the columns, the questions that are answered: do they operate under a license? Do they practice restraint, solitary, or do they fail to communicate and are deceptive? Circle of Hope got a 0% score on this. They practice restraint and solitary, don't communicate and isolate from others, and they're deceptive. But there's that big one, unlicensed. Circle of Hope is not licensed. This school, with air quotes here, isn't even a school. This literally is just slave labor, and child labor at that. You can't possibly tell me this is a very strict boarding school when the place is operating without a license. This is just a sham to get money, plain and simple. This is two disgusting people, this married couple, abusing children that are forced to live with them. On their website, Circle of Hope says they've been open since 2006, accept anyone, 20 girls at a time, blah blah blah. Nothing of information or substance. Now, not all state schools actually need to be accredited, but those that do take it very seriously, pass visits, have certain standards, all the good stuff. My problem with Circle of Hope isn't just that they're not accredited, but that they've lied about their status with the Board of Health. They said, as shown by HEAL, that Circle of Hope is not regionally accredited, yet Circle of Hope Boarding School is registered with the Missouri Board of Education. So basically, some schools will accept unaccredited private boarding schools, others don't. This could hurt someone's education later on, but also perhaps not. But this registered with the Board of Education bit is just plain false. Back in 2008, the Missouri Department of Education officially stated, "We have no record of Circle of Hope boarding school and they have not registered with our department." And this was 2 years after Circle of Hope opened. 2 whole years. Are you seriously going to tell me that in all that time, they didn't just get around to registering their school? That's not something you take your time with, especially when you're claiming different on your website.
Yikes.
Honestly, it's the deception that pisses me off. It gives parents the impression that this place is a reputable location to send their children when it couldn't be farther from the truth. They're not even required to register with the Board of Education, which is a whole other level of messed up. But instead of admitting that they're not, Circle of Hope decided to lie instead. Beneath this whole mess of registration lies, HEAL has a letter that the owner, Boyd Householder, sent to a family that had their daughter staying at the school. And it's just a really weird level of unprofessional. First, he complains about a 59-cent charge for postage, then says their daughter wasn't officially enrolled because they didn't receive her transcripts, and then kind of not so subtly blamed them for not allowing the 48 hours before removing a student. First of all, it's absolutely rich that they complain about a 59-cent postage charge when they supposedly make over $300,000 a year. Yes, you heard that right. $300,000. It's a stupid amount of money, especially for what they do to the girls there. And yet they charge $300 for overalls, basically. Then they say she wasn't enrolled because even though they didn't receive her transcripts, they sure as hell received her money. And last, blaming the parents for not giving them more time, like, are you serious? If I found out my child was being abused, fuck waiting around. I'm getting them out of that school the same minute I find out, and good on that parent for doing so. In addition to all of this, there's the way the owner talks to parents that's just insanely rude and kinda gross. In Christmas of 2007, he sent out a letter telling them what the girls want for Christmas. A lot of this is just basic winter clothes, but there's literally nothing in terms of entertainment, not even a book other than the Bible. And then his note to them. It adds, I need to address a few items, the first being the reason your daughter has been placed at Circle of Hope. She was misbehaving and disrespectful, and you felt that you have no other choice. You wanted her life to change and her behavior to change. I cannot understand why I received so many phone calls questioning my decisions and rules when what you did at home did not seem to work. Like, are you fucking joking? Parents are not allowed to ask questions, not bother teachers, not nitpick. I know there's those certain helicopter parents that think their precious baby angel can do no wrong, but this guy is actually sitting here ordering children to eat their own puke, saying, well, what you did didn't work. I didn't realize child abuse was the answer to a kid misbehaving. Did you know that? 'Cause I sure as hell didn't. The second thing he mentions is in context of the Christmas gifts. We live in a society of extremely selfish teenagers, and giving your daughter everything she wants only breeds this. She does not have a need for a lot of stuff, nor does she need the most expensive items. It's Christmas, and this is his attitude during the season of giving. I'm not saying you have to give your teenager the latest iPhone, but maybe something more than a Bible and gloves? Is he seriously trying to dictate this? I don't even know at this point why this is upsetting me. It's just probably a culmination of everything, but this is probably the least of his offenses over the years, so moving on. The third and fourth point are about how Boyd Householder is isolating the children, keeping them away from their parents. He says, if you do not agree with me, you have a choice. Deal with it or take your daughter back. And in general, sounds like a confrontational ass to talk to. But who's surprised considering what we've already heard? It just serves as further proof that this is the last man that should be running a school. As for that video, the first one about knock her out in my research, we've gotten even more context to that. Mary Foscato shared that the man taking the video is Joseph Askin, a former student at the Agape School. He now works for the ranch, and Marie explains the context of the behind filmed. She says, the night before this situation, there was an issue with the higher shirts talking about sex, drugs, and other prohibited subjects. Because of this, the householder decided to pay more attention and use the camera set up to be sure everyone was doing as they were told. The next night, the girls were doing their nightly showers when a resident decided to act up. She gets reprimanded and given push-ups as her consequence. After receiving these push-ups, she stands up with an attitude and gets ready to throw a punch at a higher shirt, giving her the push-ups. Luckily, the householders caught this on camera and called over to have a group of girls come over so he could further handle the situation. There is a rule that the girls travel in groups of 4, 1 higher shirt and 3 girls. This is for their safety. Before the girls had even gotten to the house, Joseph Askins pleads with the Bro House, Agape, to give the girl a workout. Due to the time, Bro House says no. Mind you, this is the same time Joseph is talking bad about the ranch. Once the girls get there, Bro House talks to the girl who is attempting to throw a punch at the higher shirt and tells her that the other girls have every right to defend themselves if someone tries to physically assault them. He then turns to the 3 other girls and says next time she or anyone tries to do that to knock her out. I'm pretty sure that if any of you were being physically assaulted, you too would defend yourself. This Facebook page was made solely to defend the situation, and Marie Foscato seems to work there if I had to guess. She's also discrediting Joseph Atkins on the page, saying he's a criminal, he's been arrested, showing his public record for the page. Here's the thing, even with the context, it's still fucked up. Yes, apparently this woman was trying to punch someone first, but if your response is knock her out, how the hell can you call yourself a school? What kind of reprimand is that? If you throw a punch, you get punched harder? Since when was violence the answer? Like, please, go on and tell me more about your Christian values and how you handle things through God and love and all that by punching someone. There's people that say that they came out of the school with PTSD. Some call it Stockholm Syndrome. Others say there's sexual abuse and how Stephanie is no longer a certified nurse, so there's no medical staff even present. That makes no medical staff, no accreditation, and they're not registered. They charge $300 for uniforms, and they're passive-aggressive to parents. They have no training, and that is just the unbiased facts. And that is without all the horrible abuse, and it still doesn't sound like a place I would even consider remotely safe for a child. So I gotta say, I'm kind of happy that that person reached out to me in email about this situation and brought it to my attention, because I certainly had no idea something like this was actually going on. And I'm happy that I'm gonna be able to bring even a small bit of attention to this possibly horrific situation. The only downside is that it took over 10 years for this place to get what's coming to them, and there's many others that haven't been exposed for who they are. Despite the controversy, I'm sure some desperate parents are trying to find a place for their children, and they will resort to this unfortunately. But I'm hoping that these accusations will have some kind of ripple effect and more people can come out with how horrible these kinds of private schools are. Some are great, that's absolutely true, but this unmonitored method that has children enduring serious abuse is bullshit. The owners and workers should be absolutely ashamed of themselves, and there's nothing else to it. I don't have much else to say aside from that, and how sorry I am for those who have suffered at those people's hands. Amanda Householder has been speaking out relentlessly, and I applaud her for that. Or else, who knows if the story would have ever been told. So please, as always, know who you're supporting. Troubled teens aren't ever going to respond to abuse positively. It's not how anyone deserves to be treated. Boyd and Stephanie are pure scumbags, and I hope they're shut down and jailed for what they've allegedly done, and it stops being alleged and some of the real tea starts coming out in a legal way. But with that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. Let me know your thoughts.
All I have to say is, Jesus, fuck. That's fucking messed up. Oh, here's an essay on the music industry, so yay. Or at least someone in the music industry who is a piece of shit. We're gonna listen to this.
Let the show begin.
Hello and welcome back to The Corporate Casket, a semi-weekly series where bad businesses go to die. We will discuss any and everything from bad charities, terrible CEOs, and businesses that have a lot to hide. I'm the Illuminati, and today I'm talking about someone that you probably know of even if you don't know his name, Louis J. Pearlman. He was a record producer who created bands like the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. He died recently and left behind a whole slew of conspiracies that we're going to talk about today. Of course, before we get into those juicy details, let's go over who Lou Pearlman was and his rise to fame. Let's get into it. Lou Pearlman was the son of a dry cleaner who grew up in Flushing, New York. He was like any other 8-year-old, even did the classic make-your-own business of selling lemonade. However, rather than sell lemonade for a year or two and give it up, his business plans continued to grow. He created a helicopter commuter service while studying accounting, followed that with a charter airline, the Transcontinental, then a blimp advertising business. Success seemed to come naturally to him. Those businesses brought him to Orlando, where he met New Kids on the Block. I don't even think I've got to begin to tell you that he saw dollar signs when he met them, and his entrepreneurial brain decided he'd copy their success with local bands he found that had potential. And with that, he made the Backstreet Boys first, then NSYNC, O-Town, Natural, C-Note, Take 5, LFO, and US5. He was the best salesman I've ever known, David Mathis, a former Chicago freight company owner who Mr. Pearlman took for $2.8 million, told the Tampa Bay Times in 2007. He told us he had 412 airplanes, the company had a value of $1.8 billion, and the IPO was coming out at $17.50 a share. It was totally convincing, but it was a front. As successful as Lou was, there was much, much more going on behind the scenes. Lou's peak was in the 90s. In 1997, the Backstreet Boys made it big in America with the release of Quit Playing Games with My Heart. The song sold 2 million copies in the US and became the most successful single on the Billboard Hot 100 chart that year. While the band rose to fame, Pearlman used many of the same methods to develop NSYNC. However, as Lance Bass told ABC News, while NSYNC was achieving massive success, he and his bandmates were provided just $35 a day, and that was their per diem. Still, Pearlman wasn't finished. He started LFO, whose 1999 single Summer Girls peaked at number 3 on the Billboard charts. He also created C-Note and Take 5. He wanted to get involved in girl groups as well, and created Innocence, a group that Britney Spears briefly joined before also going solo. Additionally, Pearlman managed Aaron Carter, Nick Carter's younger brother. Now, we know what happens here. Pearlman gained credibility, and once he had enough of it, this is where he started going to his head and used it against people. He began to lure investors, many of them retirees, to put their hard-earned money into his other businesses, which he said were all housed within his corporation named Transcontinental. He even took investors to studios to see Backstreet Boys and NSYNC recording, so they could see the bands firsthand. And, I mean, think about it. If you were debating putting your money into a business and someone casually took you to see, like, maybe Katy Perry or Ariana Grande or whoever, wouldn't you feel maybe a little bit more assured? However, even though Backstreet Boys and NSYNC were real, the travel services and airline Pearlman claims to have were not. For 20 years, Pearlman worked as a con artist, encouraging investors to invest in Transcontinental Airlines Travel Services Incorporated and Transcontinental Airlines Inc., two fictitious companies that existed only on paper. In order to make his schemes appear legitimate to investors, Perlman created a fictitious airline company, a fake German bank, and a fake Florida accounting firm. It's most brilliant, the lies that people will tell to get money. Lou clearly knew he was going to do some to an extent if he freaking invented the Backstreet Boys, but he still lied to get more and created more and more bands I mentioned earlier, some I've never even heard of. If you ask me, he should have stuck with the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, which, you know, if he really worked on managing them, he could have really probably finished taking them off. Like, they were already popular, but then they all just kind of dropped off suddenly, and he could have really, kept at that one. But, he decided being greedy and trying to take other people's retirement money was much more exciting. So, why do it at all? If he had everything, making 1 million plus record sales in a week, number ones that had never been seen before, like, why scam anyone? A documentary called The Boy Band Con, The Lou Pearlman Story, gives us an incredible look behind the scenes, including stories from band members themselves. They say that Lou was seen as a big kid and a charming guy. Lance Bass from NSYNC said that at 16 years old, he believed all of the promises Lou told him. He was a kid with dreams coming true. He felt like the red carpet was being rolled out for him, seeing fancy cars and having stardom thrust upon him. And Lou treated his boy bands like royalty. "I think I'm a great cultivator," Lou said. "And these guys are my family. I put the money out to help them, where they don't have to worry. We provide tutors, we give them choreographers, we give them vocal lessons." Lou created a kind of boot camp. They were rehearsing 6 to 8 hours a day in Orlando heat without air conditioning in warehouses, and Lou was like their dad. He was Big Papa and gave them anything they wanted. Remember this for later. His passion and work ethic may have been endearing in the beginning, but it wasn't genuine. Then the trouble started to brew. The Backstreet Boys turned down a single Disney gig, NSYNC took it and absolutely exploded, hitting the charts. They were starting to make it, even though it was the biggest conflict of interest. His so-called family was pitted against one another, and he would literally go to the Backstreet Boys to talk trash to NSYNC and vice versa to keep things that way. Lou once described it as, "When there's Coke, there's Pepsi. Someone's going to do a knockoff of the Backstreet Boys. It might as well be me." The money that was coming in was absolutely insane, and yet these band members got just $35 per day. Since everywhere they stayed was free, they ate for free, these kids thought they were kings because they didn't know any better. They toured for years, had screaming fans, no days off, and sold millions of records. One day, Lou finally said, "All right, they're going to get a check presentation. Even if there are only $1 million divided up by 5, that would be $200,000, Lance's mother said. They were excited. Their hard work was paying off, even though they had no idea how much money it was about to be. Their check was $10,000. 10 grand. They sold almost 10 million copies. They were on top of the world. They'd worked 18-hour days, more successful than you can imagine at that time. $10,000 was it. It didn't even come close to touching minimum wage. Their contracts were one of the worst seen in music history, but this was only the start. This was only the first red flag as to what Lou was actually doing. The other side of Lou truly began to emerge then, and his family, these boy band members, began to realize they didn't know him at all. Fortunately, we do have some insight as to why Lou Pearlman became this con man, and what his motivation may have been. His childhood friends in the documentary state that Lou was not only a successful entrepreneur as a kid, but was also bullied and considered the fat kid at school. He told his friends, "One day I'm gonna be rich, and when I'm rich, people will like me." Obviously, I can't get inside this guy's head, but from the stories that are told about his rise to wealth and from what I've heard, I'd say this is a case of someone wanting to be admired and liked that got so unbelievably out of hand. Lou went from a kid that wanted to have money, maybe treat his friends and family around him like what he initially did for the band members, only to make it blow up in his face. Whether it was because he got greedy and it wasn't enough, or because he was angry that the band members weren't more grateful for their pathetic $10,000, I'm not sure, but it went downhill fast. Thankfully for NSYNC, there was a tiny little out that their lawyers found in their contracts. One agreement was that they had to be signed to an American label within a certain time frame. Well, they weren't signed to an American label, but a German one. So technically, this would make the contract null and void. There, as Lance calls it, nugget of hope. Once Lou heard this, he sued them. He sued them for the name NSYNC because it was his name, and it was a $150 million lawsuit. In response to the suit, the NSYNC camp issued a statement. Transcontinental's conduct with regard to NSYNC is the most glaring, overt, and callous example of artist exploitation that the music industry has seen in a long time. We look forward to the opportunity to air the full facts, and will do so in the weeks to come. NSYNC's members insist they were misled by Perlman and when they were first signed on with him, and that they had not seen enough of the profits that they've generated by selling 8 million albums in America alone. Transcontinental attorney Michael Friedman counters, "You can't have agreements and then just terminate them willy-nilly. This is an unprecedented move. We still don't understand it." And I don't know what there is to not understand. It's flat out insulting how Transcontinental can act like terminating contracts is on them and they're being greedy. Like, no, you're in a horrible contract. It's good to try and get out of those. These people, especially Lou Pearlman, should have been ashamed for how much he was taking advantage of them. Lou said, "The kids should take a step back and see who put up the money, who took the risk." But here's the thing. Even if Lou did put up all the money, you can't have people work for months and not expect them to be paid. That's just not how the music industry works. Lou put up the risk, but you have to change your agreement as it gets successful. Slowly earn that money back rather than take all of it from their earnings. The judge sided with NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys too, eventually got out of their contract, but the lawsuit was in 1999, and as horrible as what Lou did, that wasn't what he was even arrested for. He wasn't even arrested until 2007, so what are the other dark secrets that Lou is hiding, aside from taking advantage of people? Well, we're going to dig right into that after today's break. Alright, and let's talk about Canva Pro today, something that I've actually used for, I think, literally years, since like 2016 or something like that, and they're sponsoring me now, which is super cool. So I'm one of those people that never actually learned how to use Photoshop, which I know you guys can clown on me for that, that's fine, but I've always been like looking around online at like certain programs and things I can use that will help imitate it, so that I can still get a really nice finished product without doing it. And that's where Canva Pro steps in. Canva Pro is the easy-to-use design platform that has everything you need to design like a pro. And they have everything you need in one place, including a collection of over 75 million premium photos, videos, audio, and graphics. Plus, Canva Pro comes with time-saving tools that simplify and speed up the creative process. You get all this and more in just one Canva Pro subscription, which is pretty sick. When it comes to making thumbnails, I like how it's easy for me to add highlights or shadows and crop up images and rotate them, flip them, and do cute little, liquify tricks and things like that with them to make them stand out a little bit better. So if you want to get started and design like a pro with Canva Pro, right now you can use my code to get a 45-day extended trial. Just go to canva.me/casket to get your free 45-day extended trial. That's canva.me/casket. canva.me/casket. This episode is also sponsored by Function of Beauty. Real talk, if you don't love your hair, then you may need to break up with your current hair care routine right now, and it's time to try Function of Beauty instead. I've been using Function of Beauty now for a couple months, and I really love it. I think my favorite part is just that every single shipment I get to pick a different color, different scent, and different needs that I have for my hair based on the season. And here's what you do to get started. First, you take a quick but thorough quiz to tell them a little bit about your hair type and your hair goals, like lengthening, volumizing, and oil control. Then you choose your color and fragrance, or you can go fragrance and dye-free as well. And then Function's team determines the perfect blend of ingredients, bottles your formula, and delivers it right to your door. And every ingredient of Function of Beauty uses a vegan and cruelty-free product, and they never use sulfates or parabens, and you can completely go silicone-free too. And Function of Beauty offers completely personalized formulas for body and skincare as well, so you can customize your routine from hair to toe. So never buy off the shelf just to be disappointed ever again. Go to functionofbeauty.com/casket to take your quiz and save 20% on your first order. And that applies to their full range of customized hair, skin, and body products too. Go to functionofbeauty.com/casket and let them know we sent you, and again, get 20% off your first order. functionofbeauty.com/casket. Well, after these cases, Lou started to fall behind. C-Note, Innocence, Take 5, the other boy bands weren't nearly as big. He wasn't keeping up with the times musically as the boy band bubble started to burst, and he needed to get bigger. Desperation started to kind of set in and take over Lou, who kept hoping to get that big break he had before. So he kept doing what he'd done in the past since it had worked for him, signing more bands, even though one member of Innocence said her lawyer told her she'd be committing career suicide by signing the contract he gave her. He gave the bands money that they would have made working full-time at a minimum wage job, but they wanted the opportunity. Lou ate it up, preying on their dreams for a music career. And this is where things start to get creepy, and 18 plus creepy if you catch my drift. This is going to be the moment that I'm going to definitely put a little trigger warning here, that we're going to talk about sensitive acts that are sexual in nature with underage individuals. So if that makes you uncomfortable, please just skip ahead.
Rumors floated around that he was interested in boys, not men, but boys. During rehearsals, he would insist that the members of new groups take their shirts off, saying, according to one member, "Let me see your abs, you've got to be able to sell magazines, take off your shirts." Lance from NSYNC said he didn't know much about Lou's private life and thought Lou was gay and just awkward, but he wasn't sure what to make of it and always said he was a very touchy-feely guy. He was always massaging you. And one member of O-Town said that against the advice of others, he went up to Lou's room alone at Lou's request to talk about his performance. He said it started to turn into a weird massage where he knew it was crossing the line. Though others say they never witnessed it, there were a lot of stories. To the documentary's credit, they included all opinions. One recording artist said it wasn't true at all, and the most Lou did was teach him how to do push-ups. But that isn't where it ends. Rich Cronin from LFO went on Howard Stern and said that Lou told him there was an opportunity in Europe that could make or break their careers. All they had to do was let this guy with a big recording studio there touch your genitals and pretty much play with it. That's how they do business over there, Lou said. "I don't want you to blow this deal, so I'm going to let you practice on me." Apparently, Lou even recorded the girl group Innocence while they were naked in his tanning beds, leaving cameras there and offering to show the footage to Take 5, the boy band. His setup has even been described as quite frightening, and the control room was in his bedroom. He'd even make veiled threats, not just to band members, but a member like Innocence, anyone he considered his enemy. I don't think I have to explain how disgusting this is. True or not, there's enough stories here to make me seriously concerned. It's not just the documentary reporting on this either. It's not just one or two sources saying these things. The Rolling Stones reported that. Mike Cronin's older brother and LFO's lead singer Rich Cronin would allege even more serious concerns about Perlman's behavior, claiming to Howard Stern in 2009 that Perlman wanted to seduce everyone. He also said he needed therapy after his band's time on Transcontinental. Eventually, he did try to touch me sexually. Some other dudes went for it, Cronin said at the time. At the time, members of the other acts Perlman had founded, like Nick Carter and Lance Bass, did not corroborate these allegations of sexual misconduct or molestation. And if you did go for it, he took care of you. He'd buy him cars. ABC News, too, said that although Perlman declined the allegations, some young men told Vanity Fair and ABCnews.com that Perlman exposed himself to them, showed them pornography, took them to strip clubs, gave them sensual massages, and openly propositioned them. They also said they saw other young people leaving Perlman's bedroom late at night. Some guys joked about it. I remember one singer asking me, "Have you let Lou blow you yet?" Steve Mooney told Vanity Fair. In his early 20s, Mooney worked as Perlman's personal assistant and lived in his home for 2 years in the hopes that he would be put in one of Perlman's bands. Though I'd say these are the worst of his crimes because this behavior disgusts me the most, we still haven't gotten to what put him in prison.
Wait, what put him in prison? Because if it wasn't him being...
Jacqueline Dowd,
Gross.
the Assistant Attorney General, described a case she was working on where these model scouts would go to malls and stadiums in Orlando, have attractive young people pay for photo shoots to become stars, and then never contact people again. She said she knew from instinct that the whole operation was a setup. At the time, Lou Perlman was supporting Charlie Christ, an attorney general, and oddly, Charlie Christ wasn't interested in these cases. What a coincidence, right? That Lou just so happened to be supporting Christ's campaign, and Christ so happened to turn a blind eye to these complaints. Christ, who, by the way, is currently a congressman. Jacqueline said she thought it was really sad that you could buy your way out of an investigation. That's not how it's supposed to work. Seeing what happened later was very frustrating, because it would have been prevented. There was a point where I had it in my hands, and I couldn't make it happen. Christ has since been sued for his involvement in this case, though that's been kept relatively quiet compared to Perlman's case. Slowly, the stories started to make their way to the surface. Investors that were asking for money back couldn't get it. Lou was no longer answering anyone. He used a different law firm to collect money from a Backstreet Boy contract, and when the old law firm that put in the work sued him and won, he tried to wire transfer them $16.5 million from a bank in Germany. A bank, by the way, that didn't exist. Banks that he borrowed from began to sue him and got money back too, and the FBI got a search warrant in February 2007. Lou had even taken photos of a model airplane branded with the Transcontinental logo at an airport and manipulated the photo to look like an airplane was taking off, and I'm not even kidding. He took photos of a toy airplane close to his camera, holding onto the tail with his fingertips, and it looked like he truly had an airline. All more lies to convince more investors. He was the one airline without a plane, and looking back, band members thought it was weird that they were never booking flights with the airline Lou supposedly owned, but always Delta, Southwest, United, and airlines more commonly known. But there was nothing to invest in. It was a Ponzi scheme, because Lou used money from new investors to pay off the old ones, but once people want their money back or someone couldn't bring enough new people in, it all fails. That's because there's no money left to pay them, and this was happening in the 80s, even before the boy bands. He had been lying to people for 20 years. As one band member put it, all the people he helped in these bands had been on the backs of money that was stolen. Even when Lou came across as a charming character initially, that in of itself was an act. From the beginning, he was a scammer. Now, because this went on for so long, because he seemed so credible, there were somewhere around 2,000 people that invested in Lou. 2,000. This isn't a small scheme that hurt a few people and took a few $1,000s, but 2,000 people funded Lou's lifestyle. It's so despicable how many people he actually hurt. I guess so much for wanting people to like you, right? The investor fraud was around $250 million, as well as the bank fraud. Lou had about $500 million from these schemes alone, and not a penny of it was earned. Though some victims were able to recover their money, almost all of them lost their investment funds. One older woman, whose husband was in the service, said that while in battle, her husband had to see bodies of his fallen comrades. When called to retreat, he had to walk past them, see their deaths up close, all because he wanted to make this country better. And yet, Lou Pearlman degraded that, stole from them, as if it was nothing. The stories of these families are truly heartbreaking. Anyone, any company, any business, any individual can't have a conscience if they're doing things like this. I don't think Lou had good intentions from day one of starting any of his businesses, even back in college. Everything was fake, everything was criminal. A Backstreet Boy member said people took their lives over his scenario. How he lived with himself, I have no idea. So, as this unraveled, Lou left in a hurry. He knew he was screwed. Everything crumbled, so he simply fled. Now, he did claim he wasn't hiding, and yet at the same time, he was nowhere to be found. Searching for him was an international game of hide and seek, but eventually he was discovered in Bali on June 14, 2007. Then, the trial began. According to the Florida Office of Financial Regulation, at the time of Pearlman's investigation, he owed his investors $96 million, but had less than $15,000 in the bank. The investigation found that Pearlman's records neglected to show the more than $38 million he had withdrawn for himself and his companies. Pearlman pled guilty to a 47-page plea agreement and was charged with conspiracy, money laundering, and making false statements during a bankruptcy meeting. The judge even told him that for every million he paid back, he would take a month off his sentence. Alan Gross, a childhood friend of Lou's and the man that made the model plane without knowing what it was for, said that Lou reverted back to his childhood days in prison and even began calling him from jail. He said he didn't think even Lou really knew how much of a criminal he truly was, and kept thinking he was being framed, and was somehow going to get out of it, throw a party, and things would go back to normal. Of course, that never happened. In 2006, Lou Pearlman passed away in prison from a heart attack. Reactions from those in the documentary were mixed, to say the least. One man felt cheated for not having closure. Another sad and upset because he feels attacked in his own life, sympathized with Lou. One woman said she felt relief because she felt terrorized by him. As one puts it, he truly is a cautionary tale of a businessman who let greed spiral so far out of control that he left behind all the success he did create and will now forever be remembered as a criminal. Although I don't wish death on anyone, I can't say that this ending made me particularly upset either. Even if Lou didn't realize the horrible nature of what he was doing, that doesn't make it any less, well, horrible. He manipulated so many people. Kids with dreams of being music stars, hardworking investors that trusted in him, everyone. Even though Justin Timberlake says he wouldn't be where he is today without Lou, and undoubtedly Lou did take a part in the boy band revolution, changing music as we now know it, that also can't excuse his actions. No matter how giant someone's name is, that shouldn't make them untouchable. Lou thought his actions would never have any consequences, clearly, and his name and reputation allowed him to get away with things for 20+ years. But a name alone shouldn't be enough, and it should never take away from the victims that deserve justice. But with that being said, that's where we're going to end today's episode of The Corporate Casket. I hope you learned something new today, and if you did, make sure you're liking, following, and subscribing so that you can stay up to date on all the latest episodes. And if you want to connect with me outside of these episodes, make sure you go to my Linktree link in the description box where you'll be connected with all of my social media and other projects that I'm involved in. So again, thank you all for making it to another episode of The Corporate Casket. I love you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Okay, so that guy definitely was a freaking creep. Okay. Yikes. I mean, I knew it was bad, but not that bad. See if there are any more of Illuminati's videos that I haven't seen. This one. Okay, so
Hello and welcome to Multi-Level Mondays, a weekly series all about pyramid schemes, Ponzi schemes, multi-level marketing, and other forms of business fraud. I'm the Illuminati, and in today's episode, we're going to be talking about a CBD MLM known as HempWorks. As I'm sure you're all aware, over the past few years, growing acceptance around marijuana and its potential health benefits has led to a boom in the legal cannabis industry. A plant that was once associated with stoner culture is now a thriving, multi-billion-dollar industry that branches into healthcare, pharmaceuticals, consumer products, and agriculture. If you have not heard of what CBD is, it stands for cannabidiol, and as explained by Investopedia, it's one of the many molecules found in the cannabis plant known as cannabinoids. Unlike THC, however, CBD does not have psychoactive properties, and in other words, it means it doesn't make you high, which makes it a very desirable product for providing medical relief for ailments such as poor sleep, seizures, or various forms of physical pain. Hemp and marijuana are both varieties of the cannabis sativa plant. The difference between the two is that hemp has a higher CBD content and a lower THC content, while marijuana has the opposite, where it's a lower CBD content and a higher THC content. A large part of this has to do with the 2018 Farm Bill, which Congress and former President Donald Trump passed in December that year, which federally legalized CBD products as long as they were produced in a manner in compliance with the bill. One of the main conditions being that CBD produced must not contain over 0.3% THC. Before this, CBD was only legal on a state-to-state basis. The passing of this 2018 Farm Bill greatly expanded HempWorks' potential customer base. But what does this have to do with MLMs? Well, let's get into talking about HempWorks.
1, 2, 3, 4. The other Berserker item is a +0, so I'm not planning on getting rid of it.
Overall, HempWorks is a relatively newer MLM founded less than 5 years ago, back in 2017, and as you saw with the history of the bill and CBD becoming legalized in 2018, this kind of adds up. Now, this specific MLM is actually based in Las Vegas, Nevada, but sourced their hemp products from a farm in Kentucky, something the Huns love to brag about, it being American-made and all of that goodness. According to Brookings, Kentucky is actually one of the best places in the world to cultivate hemp. The nonprofit organization Truth and Advertising does a pretty good job of going into their background, noting that HempWorks was founded by Jenna Zagel and her husband Josh less than 5 years ago, again, in 2017. Her husband Josh is the founder of My Daily Choice, which he founded in November 2014 after a 5-year-long stint with the automotive product MLM Syntech Global, which, God, I didn't even know that was an MLM, but there really is an MLM for everything.
Good lord.
When Jenna and Josh met, Jenna was an affiliate for My Daily Choice and gained quite the following as a My Daily Choice affiliate by using social media to sell her products. The story about HempWorks is that when Jenna was diagnosed with celiac disease in 2014, she turned to CBD products after reading about their benefits. HempWorks is a subsidiary of My Daily Choice, a conglomerate of many brands with not much in common with each other. As mentioned on My Daily Choice's homepage, their subsidiaries include HempWorks, Daily Sprays, which sells potent pocket-sized sprays for daily wellness for everything from weight loss to cognitive function, Mantra Essential Oils, which is basically My Daily Choice's version of Young Living, High Life Travel, which is a travel things, and lastly, Akash, a financial forum for Forex and cryptocurrency trading. Now, HempWorks is obviously the biggest company of My Daily Choices group by far, and maybe it's just me, but I wouldn't exactly feel 100% comfortable buying CBD from a company that also has its hands in all sorts of weird other businesses like essential oils and crypto and Forex and all this shit. HempWorks is based in the US, but has expanded to also do sales in Canada, the EU, Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, and Kenya over the last few years. While My Daily Choice operates globally, HempWorks simply cannot, given different countries having different regulations around CBD. HempWorks has secured itself as one of the top CBD brands in the industry, which is largely due to their skillful and deceptive marketing tactics. The Finance Guy advises that although the market for cannabis and related products is one of the fastest growing in the world, this, however, is not a guarantee of success. Many people make the mistake of believing that because CBD shows promise, buying into the industry is bound to be profitable. HempWorks is a successful company, but the people it promotes as successful are outliers and from the top of that little itty-bitty pyramid-like structure. Pro MLM website Business for Home outlines some key statistics and figures on their pages about HempWorks. In 2020, My Daily Choice's annual revenue was $178 million, up 5% from the year before. For decades, the day 420 has been celebrated as National Marijuana Day. HempWorks has taken full advantage of this and has historically used it as a big marketing day with their annual buy one get one free sale. For instance, this past 420 was record-breaking for My Daily Choice. In a single day, they made over $12 million in sales, gained over 2,000 new affiliates and over 6,000 new customers, and over 1,500 rejoining My Daily Choice, and over 500 rank advancements. So, needless to say, this company is definitely growing and not stopping anytime soon, but at what cost? That question can be easily answered by looking at My Daily Choice's income disclosure page. It shows that their 2018 and 2019 numbers along with many statistics below it, so let's just point out the most notable of the few. In this reporting period from January 1st, 2018 to December 1st, 2019, the average annual income for active and inactive affiliates was $592.62. The median annual income for affiliates was $0. Compared to other MLMs, these numbers are relatively similar, but it proves how unlikely it is to make a living off of these. Doesn't matter if you change industries or change products, the numbers are pretty universally the same if you're involved in an MLM. The average numbers are higher because of the earnings at the top, because you've got these massive downlines that make tons of money off the people who are constantly buying products while not being able to sell those products. An unsurprising statistic, with the additional statistic saying that only 25.8% of affiliates continue their business after the first year. My Daily Choice goes on to state that expenses for affiliates can be hundreds or thousands of dollars annually, and that according to a 2018 company survey, the average annual expenses affiliates incurred are $1,608. Truth in Advertising also reported that in order to be eligible for all commissions and bonuses, distributors have to buy $200 worth of products a month, or $2,400 annually. Of course, they then state the legal disclaimers they must, that any display of potential earnings is misleading, and that the income disclosure should not be guarantees of income. They then have the nerve to say that success with My Daily Choice results only from successful sales efforts which require hard work, diligence, and leadership. Your success will depend upon how effectively you exercise these qualities.
What can
This
I
sort
say
of
about
attitude is
yikes?
used a lot by these companies, that if you don't succeed, it is reflective of your work ethic and skills. These systems set people up to fail and then blame it all on you. It's just and skills. These systems set people up to fail and then blame it all on you. It's just crazy to think that people actually want to work in these types of companies given the risks and given really just the mental anguish you have to go through. Unless, of course, they're not reading the income disclosure page, which I wouldn't be surprised. It's really difficult for a lot of people to understand this, and they just see a chart with a bunch of numbers and just kind of ignore it. And when looking at Zweigle's Telegram channels, it seems as if My Daily Choice has been making a slow launch into Latin America, but has not officially launched yet. It is difficult to find information about their entrance into the Latin American market. Daily CBD, a CBD blog site, explains how while hemp is a native plant for the region, the lack of clear regulations makes it difficult for new companies to enter the market. Some countries have outlawed it, others allow it for medical use only, and few have fully legalized it. The main takeaway is that My Daily Choice has been able to make its way into the Latin American market, but HempWorks is not quite there yet. HempWorks, of course, as we've said, specializes in CBD products, which are derived from the cannabis plant. One thing HempWorks does well is variety. And they sell literally any variety of a CBD product you could imagine. They sell CBD soft gel capsules, CBD topical creams, hemp hair and body products, CBD facial masks, not COVID-19 stuff like skincare masks, CBD bath bombs, CBD coffee, CBD gummies, and even CBD pet products, though their most popular product by far would have to be their CBD tinctures. Tinctures
Good
are
God.
supplements that are most commonly taken sublingually or under the tongue. As explained by Healthline, sublinguals are effective because they go directly into the bloodstream as opposed to orally where it goes through the digestive system and are not metabolized by the liver. While there is some evidence that CBD can be helpful at alleviating pain and other symptoms for people, it is also important to keep in mind that CBD products are considered supplements. If you were paying attention in the recent supplements episode, you would know that statements about their efficacy are not evaluated by the FDA, and that marketing any products as having the ability to treat, cure, or alleviate symptoms would put the company at risk. Back in the summer of 2017, when the company was in its first year, the CEO Josh had warned affiliates about making medical claims when marketing HempWorks products because of regulators like the FDA and Health Canada. However, it seems like not everyone got the message. Only one CBD product has been approved by the FDA, and that is Epidiolex, for the treatment of 2 rare and severe types of epilepsy. And this product only got approved after meeting the FDA's rigorous criteria. Truth in Advertising compiled a list of over 100 false claims made by HempWorks and its affiliates, such as some of the following. Can slow down and kill cancer cells. CBD oil helps with seizures, multiple sclerosis, schizophrenia, Crohn's, insomnia. I have triple negative breast cancer. I've been in chemo for over a year and I have 6 more months to go. I started taking drops and I can't believe how quickly it's making my life better. Truth in Advertising reached out to the CEO and got a response from Eric McGinnis, HempWorks' Director of Compliance. In response to the false claims like the one above, McGinnis responded with a statement indicating the company is in the process of reviewing every item in the above article and every entry in the health and income claims databases Truth in Advertising compiled.
All I have to say is
As
yikes.
of 9/6/18, HempWorks has removed 83 of more than 100 health claims and 35 of more than 50 income claims. In addition, McGinnis said HempWorks has suspended several distributors and terminated one in response to Truth in Advertising's findings. In 2019, HempWorks fell into some legal trouble in the UK for this very issue. While no lawsuit seems to have ever been filed, the UK Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency reported to the Extract that the HempWorks affiliates had violated UK law by making medical claims. Similar to the last story from 2018, affiliates had raved about the products treating sleep issues, urinary problems, and menopause problems, and so on and so on. When confronted about the issue, HempWorks responded that they take compliance very seriously and that any posts that are not compliant are flagged, and the affiliate is educated on how to market products compliantly. The company is vague about what education actually means, and that's likely why the cycle continues. Not all cases about false claims are reported on social media. Hempworks is still a relatively new company, so it makes sense that they may not have dealt with many legal issues yet. I would not be surprised if they were faced with some in the future, considering how they still proliferate online today. There are still groups dedicated to the sole purpose of sharing their testimonials. The problem with these affiliate testimonials is that they lack evidence and are not guarantees of individual success, whether that be with medical claims or income claims. Compliance with federal health authorities is not the only controversy Hempworks has found themselves involved in. Their partner companies, as well as their owners, have their fair share of dirt too. So let's switch gears and take a look at that.
Just what even possessed them to get involved in?
The farm Hempworks sources its hemp from is Gencana Global. On their website, they describe themselves as a vertically integrated producer of hemp, hemp-derived cannabinoids, and an array of finished goods that incorporate best-in-class CBD and other cannabinoid ingredients. One notable thing under its private label section on its website is that Hempworks is not the only company they supply to, inferring that there are other companies like Hempworks producing products of the same quality from this manufacturer. Simply put, Gencana allows anyone to start up their own CBD company while allowing them to create their own unique products using their supplies. Gencana themselves has been in some hot water and actually went bankrupt last year. They filed for voluntary Chapter 11 bankruptcy in February 2020 with the purpose of organizing and continuing operations. The company has been operating as OGG USA Inc. since its assets were bought out in the bankruptcy proceedings. So why did Gencana file for bankruptcy, you might ask? Well, these troubles first came to light back in October 2019 because a group of contractors claimed Gencana owed them more than $13 million and filed to keep possession of the property Gencana had leased for a new facility in Mayfield, Kentucky. The plans for that hemp processing facility suffered delays and cost overruns, which have left it pretty much as an empty site at this point. According to a local journalist, Eric Walker, the processing site is likely to remain dormant with no real timeline until the legal actions are settled. Since that first lawsuit, other lawsuits followed in 2020, leading to the company's bankruptcy. In addition to not properly paying its contractors, Gencana made some questionable loans. The chairman of its board of directors, Michael Falcone, has overseen a $750,000 loan given to the company Southern Tier Hemp,
I think this might be
and
the one I
also
opened earlier,
used
but I'm
other
not sure.
Gencana funds to pay growers affiliated with Southern Tier Hemp. This was not the only deal Gencana made. As stated on Hemp Today, Gencana also signed a hemp grower agreement with a company called Lake Breeze Farms LLC, was contracted to grow hemp for Southern Tier, according to the complaint, and served as guarantor on the $800,000 in transactions between Southern Tier and hemp grower Nanticoke Gardens. Both Lake Breeze and Nanticoke are based in New York. The lawsuit, which is in federal bankruptcy court, alleges Southern Tier and Falcone paid 2 employees of the New York company with Gencana funds. Gencana claims it had both oral and written promises that the money extended to Southern Tier would be repaid. The article goes on to claim that Gencana has been filing lawsuits like these in an attempt to recoup money in the wake of their bankruptcy. Kentucky's leading industrial hemp trade group, the Kentucky Hemp Industries Association, spoke out against Gencana last February. The association is in the state chapter of the National Hemp Association. Their president, Tate Hall, said to the Louisville Courier-Journal, Gencana is a fraud corporation. They knew they weren't going to have the money to pay the farmers. To really understand how the organization feels, it's worth considering that Gencana is a member of the Kentucky Hemp Industries Association. Even Kentuckian politicians have spoken out against them, one being U.S. Congressman and Kentucky's former Agriculture Commissioner James Comer, who was commissioner back when Gencana was established in 2014. Originally, he publicly supported them, but had this to say to the Louisville Courier-Journal in the same article. It's pretty sickening to see the spending spree they've been on, knowing how much money they owe farmers and contractors in Kentucky, he said. Gencana has certainly given a black eye to the industry. Now, let's just also consider that Hempworks, the topic of today's episode, is an MLM, and MLMs are notorious for mistreating employees, workers, independent contractors, so is it surprising that they're working with a company like Gencana? I argue it's not surprising, but it is disappointing. But this is exactly telling of what Hempworks does stand for, given this partnership was not actually severed. And speaking of severed, now would be a good time to talk about the fact that Hempworks' market in Canada was actually cut off for a while. Back in 2018, Hempworks was under fire for selling their products illegally. In May of that year, sales were halted as CBC investigation found it was not approved by Health Canada, the country's national health department, basically. According to federal authorities, CBD oil was illegal without a medical marijuana prescription until October 2018, when cannabis was to be legalized. This meant it should not have been able to be imported into the country. It planned on starting its Canadian launch in August 2018, but that was put on hold after the investigation. Back then, Hempworks was working with Mado Creation Corp., which is a My Daily Choice webinar, and it was referred to as an indigenous medical cannabis clinic that specializes in manufacturing and distribution of hemp-derived CBD products. Despite the appealing description, Health Canada confirmed that neither Hempworks nor Mado Creation Corp. Were federally licensed to sell in Canada. The only legal commercial CBD for medical purposes was sold through licensed companies approved by Health Canada. Not to mention, Mado Creation Corp. Had a sketchy past behind it as well. The company was only registered in Kamloops, British Columbia in May 2018. Keep in mind, the intended launch date for Hempworks was August 2018. Its CEO, Vern Parkhurst, was not even licensed to produce cannabis. Court records demonstrate he has quite the criminal record too. The CBC investigation stated, Parkhurst has a criminal conviction for fraud under 5000 in 1998 and for possession of a prohibited weapon in 1999. He was fined in both cases. In 2006, he was convicted of mischief or damage under $5,000, for which he was given a suspended sentence and ordered to pay restitution. Health Canada performs extensive background checks on its potential partners, and it's likely Mado Creation Corp. Did not register knowing that Parkhurst would fail the background check. Going further into Parkhurst's troubles, he had some trouble with Quebec researched Goliath Tech, a company specializing in custom piles for construction. Its CEO, Julian Reusing, claims Parkhurst violated their franchise agreement. He has hired lawyers to pursue legal action against Parkhurst and recover more than $80,000 in equipment and unpaid franchise fees. When contacted by the CBC, Parkhurst lawyer Harrison Jordan basically said Parkhurst denied all allegations. He also said, "You don't have to be a licensed producer per se to make a mark in the industry," and went on to say there are ways for people to get into the legal cannabis industry without touching the plant. Jordan also claimed that Mado Creation Corp. Was in development stages of establishing their cannabis business and would be in compliance with Canadian law. Since no products were sold by Mado Creation Corp. Yet at that time, it would not establish a telemedicine service or registration fee yet. The plan through Hempworks was for affiliates to have a prescription card as well as those who would buy from affiliates. In the My Daily Choice webinar mentioned before, potential affiliates and customers alike would have to pay a $150 registration fee to Mado Creation Corp. In this agreement, Mado would connect Hempworks affiliates and customers with doctors to get prescription cards in order to have affiliates buy and sell oils and have customers buy oils. So, yeah, that's a bit of a complicated plan, and Canadian Hempworks fans were obviously not happy. There were even some heated exchanges between their founder, Jenna Zaggill, and some Canadian affiliates. Some notable remarks are, "Stranger, so let me get this straight. We will have to not only buy a prescription card to sell, but our customers will have to buy a prescription card to buy Hempworks products?" Jenna, "It's amazing how unappreciative people are. You ask for Canada back, but due to your government, you can't be happy with our solution? You can buy our competitors illegally and risk going to jail. That's the alternative. Sheesh. Now I remember why I left Facebook." Jenna, "I got a good idea. Don't buy Hempworks. Get watered down CBD that doesn't do anything." Personally, I think it's quite honorable that Jenna is encouraging people not to buy Hempworks products given how her husband is the CEO. It's probably the only solid advice you'll actually hear from her. But anyway, back to Mado Creation Corp. Further research made it difficult to track the company past 2018, so there's really little to no records available. I think it's clear to say Hempworks has made some shady business dealings. Even if Mado Creation Corp. Is out of the picture and Hempworks got into the Canadian market eventually, this does not absolve Hempworks of any wrongdoing. In creating their marketing plan, there is no way Hempworks was not aware that Mado Creation Corp. Was not licensed in Canada, and it must have been aware that they themselves were not licensed in Canada either. They only put out a public statement about postponing their Canadian launch once they were caught, so just keep that in mind. The Facebook statement read, August 1st, 2018 is no longer a confirmed launch date. As industry guidelines evolve, we want to be 100% confident in our launch. We have experts who are doing more compliance and regulatory due diligence. Now, speaking of these Facebook interactions, there's quite a few interesting ones from the CEO and his wife, Jenna and Josh, and they've got some very interesting anti-science views that we're going to dig into. But before we do, let's take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor. Is dinner one of the more stressful meals of your day? Do you just sometimes wish that there was just something easy to follow along that's semi-brainless and still give you a delicious result? Well, if that's the case, then you need to know about today's sponsor, HelloFresh, because that's exactly what I think about when I use HelloFresh. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal delivery kit, and they deliver fresh ingredients to your door every single week with beautifully laminated recipe cards with pictures so that you can easily take the stress out of making dinner. And most of HelloFresh's meals are on the table in about 30 minutes, but if that's even too strenuous, they even have quick and easy meals that are about 15 to 20 minute dinners, and it's really perfect when you are just on a time crunch. HelloFresh offers 27 or more recipes to choose from every single week, from vegetarian meals and calorie smart options to craft burgers and extra special gourmet options, so there's a little bit of something for everybody. So if you want to get started with HelloFresh, make sure to go to hellofresh.com/12MLM and use code 12MLM for 12 free meals, including shipping. Again, that's hellofresh.com/12MLM. Use code 12MLM for 12 free meals, including free shipping. Today's episode is also sponsored by Credit Karma Money. Credit Karma has always been there to help you make better financial decisions, and now they want to help even more. With Credit Karma Money Spend Account, you can be rewarded for good money habits. Credit Karma Money is a brand new checking account where you can win cash reimbursements for making purchases. And when you use your Credit Karma Money debit card, you can win daily Instant Karma purchase reimbursements on items up to $5,000. You just pay with your debit card, and if you win, you'll be notified on the spot and Instant Karma cash will be added back to your spend account. And Credit Karma has already given away over $3 million. Open your FDIC insured spending account for free. There's no minimum balance requirements, no overdraft fees, and free withdrawals from a network of over 50,000 ATMs. Right now, visit creditkarma.com/winmoney to open your free account and start winning Instant Karma. Go to creditkarma.com/winmoney to sign up for free and start winning Instant Karma. That's creditkarma.com/winmoney. Instant Karma is sponsored by Credit Karma. There's no purchase necessary, exclusions and terms do apply, and you'll have to see rules. Banking services provided by MVB Bank Incorporated, a member FDIC. Maximum balance and transfer limits do apply. Now, onto that topic of Facebook. Let's talk about Jenna and Josh's questionable views on the coronavirus. On the City of Las Vegas's Facebook page, on a post about a pop-up vaccination site at a local festival, Jenna commented how, even with all the spam, I am still not getting vaccinated, throwing out trash emoji ×3. She then goes on to argue with those in the comments, even posting a photo of her mask, so to speak. Jenna has posted multiple pictures of her and her husband wearing these shitty, stupid mesh masks, which provide absolutely no protection against COVID-19. It's clear they do not believe in the efficacy of masks, which have actually been proven to stop and slow the spread of COVID-19. In a recent post from May 17th, Jenna posted false claims about the coronavirus vaccines, suggesting that those who get it are being injected with poison and comparing the way pharmaceutical companies are promoting their vaccines to abusive relationships and cults. Attached to the post is a form from Premier Radiology inquiring about a patient's vaccination status, and this is because the side effects can include swelling of the lymph nodes as detected on a mammogram. In other words, the side effects from the COVID-19 vaccine can produce a false reading for breast cancer. The reason swelling of the lymph nodes is possible is because the body is building an immunity to COVID-19, as explained by the CDC. And this is what Jenna uses, and she uses this form to suggest that the doctors are making her friend sign a waiver to get a mammogram as confirmation that she did not get breast cancer from the coronavirus vaccine. She then goes on to make this baseless claim. If you got the vaccine, you may have breast cancer now, and the doctor doesn't want to be blamed, when in fact it was from being injected with poison. One strategy she employed in the past to avoid Facebook's misinformation trackers is to do the vaccine emoji instead of saying coronavirus vaccine. It's almost as if she knows her claims have no basis in reality, let alone the medical community, but is so far down the conspiracy rabbit hole that she believes the mainstream medical community cannot be trusted and is out to get her and put her in Facebook jail. The other two are a photo and video of people putting magnets up to the injection site of their family members' COVID-19 vaccines and the magnet sticking. Alas, her post did get flagged for false information, with independent fact checkers confirming that none of the COVID-19 vaccines authorized for emergency use by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration contained metals or any other magnetic ingredient. Unfortunately, this does not seem to stop any of Jenna's followers, which all seem to be Hempworks affiliates, mind you, who express their concern and worry in the comments. And oh boy, don't get me started on the comments in these replies, because they're just, it's comical in a way that, like, it's depressing because, you know, real people said this, and you're just like, you can't be this stupid, right? But then you see some of this and you go, God damn, there really are people this stupid. One reply suggests her father got Alzheimer's from the vaccine and that people who reject her claim are insensitive about Alzheimer's. Now, Alzheimer's is absolutely tragic, but there is no confirmed link between the COVID-19 vaccine and Alzheimer's. Jenna replied to the woman's comment saying that the heavy metals from the vaccine go straight to the brain. Neurodegenerative disorders soon follow. There's a link between childhood vaccine emoji and autism too. Heavy metals in brain. Your dad needs to detox. And we've covered so many times about autism, and Autism Speaks' hurtful views as well, and just, this is not true. I don't know how many times this has to continually be repeated, but getting a vaccine will not give you autism, and autism should not be used as a scapegoat for some kind of punishment for getting a vaccine either. Having autism is not some scary fucking thing that you should just throw people to the side for or treat them as second-class citizens. That, like, perpetuating this type of shit is just, it's pretty fucking infuriating. I'm gonna breathe this one out. All right, we're gonna continue. While many of her followers and Hempworks affiliates are believed to be pseudoscience believers and anti-vaxxers, it's obviously in very poor taste for her to post her views so publicly given the following that she has and the company she runs. To publicly denounce not only masks, but the coronavirus that are helping us slowly return to normal life is just sad, upsetting, and unfortunately, unsurprising for MLM companies. So, to sum up today's episode about Hempworks, Hempworks' beginnings are rooted in false claims and continue to be an issue for the company in the present. Hempworks is by far the most successful of My Daily Choices companies, but that's only overall. On an individual level, most people suffer losses with Hempworks as reflected in their income disclosure statements. Even if their products are of mediocre quality, that does not change the fact that the companies they associate with to create those products have incredibly sketchy histories. And Jenna and Josh Zagil, as the heads of the company, well, they do a good job of representing the company for what it really stands for: pseudoscience and struggles. So, with that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's episode of Multi-Level Mondays. I hope you enjoyed today's episode, and if you did, make sure you are liking, following, and subscribing so that you can stay up to date with all the latest episodes. And if you want to connect with me outside of these episodes, make sure to go to my Linktree link in the description box. It's going to have a little pop-up page for all of my URLs to all of my other projects I'm involved in, social media, like literally anything else that I do outside of here. That's where you're going to find it. So, again, thank you all so much for making it to another episode. Love you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
I would like to go ahead and, while we're not listening to something and I'm not in the middle of doing anything, I'd like to say happy birthday to my acquaintance, Lupin. He doesn't know me. Don't know him really all that well. I'm a member of his Discord. He's an amazing producer, and I'd love to collab with him someday. Like, we're really close in age. I think he might be a little bit... He's either a little bit older or a little bit younger than me. I don't remember. But he's been a music producer for longer than I've been studying music production as a career path. Like, he's really smart and really kind, and But I don't think most of us in the music production community who are also Vocaloid fans would be here without the work of him and his friends. So, happy birthday, Lupin. I'll probably say happy birthday on Twitter too, but I want to go ahead and say it here first, since your birthday started, I think, an hour ago, East Coast time, and I think you're on the East Coast now, aren't you? So, yeah, happy birthday. Your birthday, my time, will start in about 8 minutes, so got it out of the way a little early for me, but... Is there, like, an air current nearby? No. I'm not gonna let people just join my world willy-nilly anymore. I found out people can actually steal resources, and it's like... the fuck? Right? Like, this is a game with limited resources, and even Mora is technically limited. Let's go ahead and teleport out of the way. Let's go to our new port of call, which is literally a port. Let's go to Liyue Harbor. Alright. Okay, Lindsay Ellis, I apologize, but I'm... Oh, no, I'm not gonna move to Lindsay Ellis's content. I'm gonna actually listen to...
Hello, everyone.
The good, the bad, the... Sorry, not the good. The bad, the ugly, and the headaches. Illuminati apparently did a video on QAnon. So, yeah, let's listen
And
to
welcome back to the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to be talking about a very, very, very hot button topic. We're going to be talking about QAnon today. And the reason why I haven't gotten around to this video sooner, in all honesty, and why myself and Allie, my main researcher and writer, we kind of just push this topic to the side because it's such a tangled web that it's almost hard to even begin looking at it. It's like a very evolved form of like Pizzagate, which is now part of the whole QAnon group thing, kind of. This is a lot of like kind ofs, but also just shocking because people believe this. I don't know really how to explain this, to be totally honest. Now, obviously, as many of you are aware, at the beginning of January this year, the QAnon people proved themselves to be really seriously dangerous, and they were brought up in multiple news sources, and it left a lot of people wondering who they are and what they believe in, so I figured it's finally time. We're going to start at the very beginning, and I'm going to talk about as much as I can in terms of like how I can factually create the timeline, but please just keep in mind that this like group, cult, whatever you want to call them, they're always growing and changing and shifting patterns. So what I've already researched now in mid-January is subject to change by the time that this releases. Now, I think it's pretty clear when I'm telling you right now that this video is demonetized to hell and back, that there is going to be a ton of very uncomfy information today, and those things are going to include pedophilia and assault, things of that nature, although none of it in graphic detail, just mentioned. So if you would rather not watch this video because of some of those topics that are going to be covered today, I totally understand, but this was your fair warning that these kinds of things are going to get brought up. So with that being said, let's go over what we know. So to begin this, we need to start with a brief summary about Pizzagate. Pizzagate was a bait Clinton. This was massive in 2016, around the time of the Clinton versus Trump election. According to the Rolling Stone, a Facebook post appeared on the evening of October 29, 2016, a day after then FBI Director James Comey announced that the Bureau would be reopening its investigation into Clinton's use of a private email server while Secretary of State data from the server had been found on electronics belonging to former Representative Anthony Weiner, who had been caught sexting lewd messages to a 15-year-old. On Facebook, a user named Carmen Katz wrote, "My NYPD source said it's much more vile and serious than classified material on Weiner's device." The email detailed the trips made by Weiner, Bill, and Hillary on their pedophile billionaire friend's plane, the Lolita Express. Yep, Hillary had a well-documented predilection for underage girls. We're talking an international child enslavement and sex ring. Carmen Katz's Facebook eventually disappeared, and she now claims that she's a Democrat and evades questions about this post. So I'm really not convinced she had any evidence to make those claims whatsoever. But the conspiracy theory continued to spread through viral emails and took off after WikiLeaks released John Podesta, the Clinton campaign manager's emails. 4chan users saw that Podesta had been emailing Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria owner James Elefantis discussing a potential fundraiser. People believe that Podesta's repeated use of the word pizza was actually a code word for pedophile, and Comet Ping Pong was allegedly the base for secret rooms where Clinton and her allies kidnapped and imprisoned children to be abused, tortured, or sacrificed in the name of Satan. One website called the Conservative Daily Post even had the nerve to say that the FBI even confirmed the existence of Pizzagate without any sources, names, or documents to back it up, which is so hugely irresponsible that it's beyond words to me. And I just, okay, look, I'm not saying that everyone who tells you a story is lying. Not all anecdotal evidence is bullshit, but anecdotal evidence isn't proof of anything, let alone a sex trafficking ring. So the fact that Carmen said this using her husband's title to sound more legit without using any data is pretty fucked up. I don't feel like I should have to say it, but don't believe everything you read on Facebook. Personally, if I can find only one singular source that tells me something, I'm not super inclined to believe it. And I do make some pretty bold accusations against companies here, but I use multiple sources, often pages worth of sources, in any given episode. If one source called the Conservative Daily Post said this, but no one else could confirm it and they had no data to back it up, then why trust that? I mean, they said the FBI confirmed it. Why wouldn't the FBI be coming out with these statements, you know? They would. So it's just kind of a lie. And as for the word pizza actually being pedophile, like, again, where's the proof? The guy owned a pizzeria. Wouldn't it make sense to use the word pizza? Like, that's what he sells. But this wasn't just a harmful rumor or conspiracy theory, because Pizzagate had serious real-world consequences. On December 5th, 2016, one article read, "Frenzied pedo-truthers have published the personal information of numerous private citizens and bombarded their social media accounts, homes, and places of business with graphic threats. There have also been in-person confrontations. Last month, an operative with the group Citizens for Trump was kicked out of the restaurant at the center of the speculation, Comet Ping Pong Pizza, for periscoping his visit, which he prefaced by asking his companion, 'Do you think we're going to survive? I don't know.' In a video uploaded several days later, protesters stood out front and the owner James Elefantis answered their questions and offered them coffee and a tour of the business, which had ping pong tables and a family party room in the back. The stakes escalated dramatically yesterday afternoon when DC police arrested a North Carolina man after he allegedly walked into Comet Pizza with a semi-automatic rifle to self-investigate the theory, pointed the gun at an employee, and fired at least one shot. There were no reported injuries. Pizzagate had garnered some national coverage prior to the shooting, but given that the phenomenon shows no signs of disappearing, we thought it would be useful to offer a primer on what pizza truthers believe. This pizza truther stuff was bad enough, but it spread, grew, and got far worse. After all, as horrific as what happened at Comet Pizza is, at least no one was injured. Unfortunately, that's no longer the case, and the way QAnon has been fueled in recent years is extremely worrying. So let's get to how pizza truthers became QAnoners so you understand the terms. Let's get into their beliefs and actions. And it's time to take a break to pay some bills and thank today's sponsor, Mint Mobile. After the year we've all been having, saving money should really be at the top of everyone's resolution list. So if you're still paying insane amounts of money every month for wireless, then what are you doing exactly? Switching to Mint Mobile is probably one of the easiest ways to save a couple bucks this year. As the first company to sell premium wireless service online only, which means you don't have to call people all the time, which anxiety levels dropped, Mint Mobile lets you maximize your savings with plans starting at just $15 a month. In the past 5 years, I've been with 2 carriers and one that I just recently joined onto before Mint Mobile obviously approached me, and the amount of money that I have been paying on my phone bill versus what Mint Mobile could save me is actually kind of bananas, and I'm talking a couple Casper toys a month kind of savings. All of their plans come with unlimited talk and text and high-speed data delivered on the nation's largest 5G network, and you can use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and keep the same number along with all of your existing contacts and information, which is super sweet as well. To get your new wireless plan started for just $15 a month and get the plan shipped to your door for free, make sure you go to mintmobile.com/casket. Again, that's mintmobile.com/casket. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/casket. And Anon, as the name suggests, is just short for anonymous. Anyone that posts online without using their name is, strictly speaking, an Anon. In the QAnon world, though, Anons will also be called autists and bakers. According to the Daily Dot, autist is a reference to autism, supposedly complementing the ability of Q researchers to dig information out of the most bizarre and random topics. Baker is a reference to Q drops being known as breadcrumbs and the long strings of 8chan posts where these drops are dissected being called breads. So, first of all, fuck QAnon people that want to call themselves autists when they don't have autism. That's just super insulting to the autistic community. Their idea of digging up information is just making up more radical lies and conspiracies. Don't conflate that with autism, please. And while we're at it, fuck it. Don't equate QAnoners to bakers either. Just don't insult bakers. I love bread, and pizza for that matter. We don't have to turn these into evil things. Anyway, we know where the Anon part comes from. Now let's talk about the Q. As one source states, whether he knows it or not, Trump birthed the QAnon conspiracy theory with a single sentence uttered to reporters while he posed with senior military leaders for a photo op in October last year. And last year, meaning 2017, the article I'm reading was written in 2018, just so you know. Anyway, back to the article. You guys know what this represents, Trump said, gesturing to the uniforms. Maybe it's the calm before the storm. When reporters asked what storm, Trump refused to explain. This led to a brief burst of public speculation that he was hinting at a military strike. But no strike came, and soon most of the world forgot about the strange comment. But the thinking progressed very differently on hard-right internet forums such as 4chan's Poll, where thousands of anonymous commenters literally deify Trump as a messianic revolutionary who conceals his strategic genius under layers of crass egotism and ineptitude. On those forums, Trump's comment was filled with meaning and his storm must be imminent. This is when a user named Q came along to enlighten everyone with what this storm really was. On October 28, someone calling themselves Q began posting a series of cryptic messages in Poll thread titled Calm Before the Storm, assumedly in reference to that creepy Trump quote from early October. Q claimed to be a high-level government insider with Q clearance, hence the name, tasked with posting intel drops, which he, for some reason, called crumbs, straight to 4chan in order to covertly inform the public about POTUS's master plan to stage a counter-coup against members of the deep state. It was, in short, absolutely insane. However, thanks to some rather forced coincidences, like Q kind of sort of guessing that Trump would tweet the word small on Small Business Saturday, and this one time the internet decided that Q was totally on Air Force One because he posted a blurry photo of some islands while Trump was on his trip to Asia, and a whole heck of a lot of wishful thinking, people believed he was the real deal. So he kept talking. Q continued with a bunch of conspiracy theories. You can see them online as well as photos and their evidence, and I use that word incredibly loosely here. Honestly, I don't want to give this ridiculousness too much attention because so much of what Q put out there was simply hypothetical or what they guessed happened. There's no real evidence. Yet, the QAnon hashtag began to grow. Conspiracies that Clinton and John McCain, Obama, and other Democratic politicians were arrested and wearing secret police-issued ankle monitors were everywhere. And someone apparently even wrote a 117-page book charting this person's rise to power. Again, none of this is proven. Reuters came out with an article that said research showed Russian accounts spreading the QAnon conspiracies and amplifying this movement as soon as it started. I truly wish I could explain to you why this caught on, but I'm not sure. I don't know why people believe in flat Earth, the adrenochrome conspiracy, or other dangerous government-centered conspiracies such as this one. I suppose the topic could be a video in of itself. Maybe it's because these people wanted to feel like they were in on a secret. Maybe they just wanted someone to blame for why things don't go their way. Or, as some psychologists theorize, people believe in this when science doesn't provide them with an answer they can understand, and we'll touch on that again in a little bit. Regardless of your opinion as to why it grew, there's no denying it happened, and to extremely worrying levels. Eventually, QAnon left 4chan because it was infiltrated. Don't ask me how they knew this, I'm just here to report on what happened. Sometimes you just don't try to understand the logic in these things, you just gotta keep it moving. Anyway, 4chan suddenly became a no-go, so the QAnoners moved to 8chan, which is, a little worse. Not only was it notorious for having no rules, but it was linked to child porn and violent acts such as the Christchurch shooting. One article stated, when the notorious online forum 8chan was forced off the internet in August after being linked to acts of violence, it looked like a blow to the QAnon conspiracy movement, which had made 8chan its virtual home. Rather than fade away though, 8chan's QAnon posters migrated to other platforms, where they're still trying to use social media to influence elections. The two most popular new homes for QAnon followers are N-chan and 8chan's successor, 8kun. In late 2019, QAnon followers on N-chan used Twitter to influence governors' races in Kentucky and Louisiana, posting tweets and memes in favor of Republican candidates and attacking their opponents. They analyzed social media conversations, including popular hashtags, to decide where and how to weigh in. Both Republicans lost in close elections. Now, QAnon adherents are employing the same tactics on the 2020 presidential race. There are some small conspiracies out there that I think are generally harmless in small doses. The idea that we're all living in the Matrix and its movie release was a glitch, or the joke that Peter Mayhew is actually a Wookiee who just shaves for appearances and he gets regularly mistaken for Bigfoot. Those are kind of funny and seem a little lighthearted, so I don't think they do any real harm. However, QAnon isn't one of those conspiracies that started out harmless and just got out of control. QAnon began on a dangerous foundation. There's a child trafficking ring in DC, and an innocent person just fucking working at a pizza shop had a gun pointed at them. For this to grow into something more violent is kind of to be expected, unfortunately, especially when they moved to sites like 8chan and tensions were already high as is. QAnon became, as LA Mag called it in August 2020, the most potent force in American politics that most Americans have never heard of. Well, not until recently, but we'll get there. Their ideas became a reality, even based on pure speculation. Do you guys remember a little while ago, many of you asked me to cover the whole Wayfair was taking part in child trafficking thing, and I didn't respond to you guys, and I obviously did not make a video about it? Well, surprise, surprise, that was because of an influencer with QAnon by the name of Amazing Polly, and they started the whole thing. And that's literally it. IKEA and other furniture retailers also name their products after women's names too, but Polly literally just speculated that Wayfair may be the one using these cabinets to traffic children, and the idea blew up. 7 days after her posts, Wayfair found itself at the center of a global conspiracy theory that claimed the company was running a massive child sex trafficking ring. With the aid of thousands of self-styled investigators, speculation spread so hysterically on social media that scores of national news reporters investigated, and a national human trafficking hotline operated by Polaris since 2007 was flooded with hundreds of calls, diverting resources from callers in need. Wayfair issued a statement denying it was a front for a human trafficking ring, but believers dug in their heels, turning on Wayfair's founder and his wife, embroidening new and ever more fantastic charges. Meanwhile, social media influencers posted memes that matched the names of Wayfair products with those of girls listed in old missing persons reports. 3 days after the initial Reddit post, the Wayfair conspiracy theory had been mentioned on Twitter over 1.2 million times from 564,000 user accounts. One of the girls who was allegedly trafficked inside a Wayfair cabinet, Samia Moomin, posted a video on Facebook in which she slammed conspiracy theorists for taking attention away from a real problem. Y'all know how many people is actually missing. So many people seriously believe this, and I mean, holy shit, I remember when you guys were flooding my DMs, anywhere in my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, like wherever you could try and get a hold of me, you guys were telling me, Blair, you've got to cover this, and I held out because something didn't seem quite right to me, and well, now here we are in this video, and I got the answer I was looking for. Things were not quite right, and it wasn't because of Wayfair. But so many people believe this, like seriously, just because something is in a headline doesn't necessarily make it real, especially, you know, if everyone's just immediately going to making memes about it. And the reality is there was no actual sourcing to prove this existed. It was a rumor that simply spiraled out of control and people ran with it. But again, people continued to buy into this "we are QAnon" mentality. Alex Jones, of course, was among those that spread news of how he supported QAnon, though he actually did denounce them very recently as of writing this.
Hugh tells us stuff and all of it's lies, is what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying! Because you're full of shit!
But people still believed in this QAnon thing, and they would look for sites that were Q drops, or the names of sites known for posting thousands of drops, which were converting people to the belief that Trump is leading a global fight against a satanic cabal of child trafficking elites. And this conspiracy explains a lot. I can only speculate here, but I'd assume that to the QAnon group, they think that they're choosing the lesser of two evils. Hell, if someone absolutely didn't like Trump, if they believed he was actually working to take down a child sex trafficking ring controlled by his opponents, then that might be just enough to turn the tide in his favor and give him support. QAnon followers even began spreading the hashtag #SaveTheChildren to promote their theories on Twitter, again, despite there being no evidence for any of their claims. Again, this falls in line with the whole adrenochrome conspiracy that Hollywood elites are abducting and drinking the blood of children, which, yeah, that's a thing too. QAnon might think they're helping, but in actuality, all they're doing is hurting the real victims of trafficking, and their Save the Children hashtag isn't saving anyone. According to an Insider article that came out around the time of the presidential debate in October 2020, with QAnon repackaged into simple, hard-to-challenge Save the Children rhetoric, thousands of people have been incited to stand up for a cause that's linked to a false conspiracy theory movement that is affiliated with several candidates in the upcoming November election. Even President Donald Trump has taken advantage of this language to endear himself to the community. During Thursday night's NBC town hall, Trump not only refused to dismiss QAnon, but claimed that the movement is strongly against pedophilia. When moderator Savannah Guthrie asked Trump if he believed there was a satanic pedophile cult, Trump said, "I don't know that, and neither do you know that." Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube have all made efforts in the last 6 months to combat the rapid growth of QAnon on their platforms. Twitter said it removed 7,000 accounts connected to the theory in July, and Facebook quickly followed suit, removing 790 QAnon groups. Everyone agrees that child trafficking is very bad, and the argument QAnon makes is, if you're against us talking about this, you're in favor of child trafficking. Mark Andre Argentino, a doctoral student at Concordia University who researches extremism and its online propaganda with a focus on QAnon, told the New York Times. The push to save the children has inspired a huge increase in the number of women spreading QAnon rhetoric, according to Argentino's research. Argentino has dubbed this phenomenon pastel QAnon. As early as April, several popular lifestyle influencers on Instagram were spreading the conspiracy theories messaging by repackaging it as a call to end human trafficking. The danger, as many have stated, is that behind all soft colors and hashtags is what QAnon truly stands for: racism, misinformation, and violence. So now, aside from how the movement has grown, let's get into their beliefs, as if we haven't gone over enough of them already. I know, but let's go into their beliefs specifically. Okay, so I'm going to warn everyone now that we can't get to every single belief today, in part because I'm sure that by the time I release this episode, there will be a dozen with their failed predictions. In Drop 647, Q seemed to predict a major event involving the Department of Defense for February 1st, 2017, calling it the Day of Days. Nothing of note happened either to that agency or the federal government in general that day. When Q stated in Drop 700, or post or prediction number 700, the weekend of February 10th was going to be a suicide weekend for individuals targeted by the president. No high-profile suicides happened that weekend. Using Barack Obama's middle name, Q predicted in Drop 1043 that pics will surface of Hussein holding AK-47 in tribal attire, and insinuated in 2 April drops that photos of Obama with a young girl named Wendy would appear and open him up to charges of pedophilia. No such pictures have ever appeared. They also said Trump's military parade would never be forgotten, though the parade was canceled, so I find that one particularly hilarious. A smoking gun video of Hillary Clinton was supposed to appear in March 2018, but that didn't happen, and Zuckerberg didn't leave Facebook and flee the US. Jack Dorsey, CEO of Twitter, also hasn't been forced to resign, nor has Pope Francis been arrested. All these predictions, as you can probably tell, center around people that are typically, well, not exactly liked by conservatives, being arrested or shamed. Yet there don't seem to be any big predictions around Trump or Republican political figures, and, unless they're positive. But of course, that's not all, not even close. They also claim that the CIA installed North Korean leader Kim Jong-un as a puppet ruler with no proof again, because why proof when you have a creative mind, right? If someone says something, you can make it true if you think hard enough. For the record, that is sarcasm. They've also claimed that German Chancellor Angela Merkel is a descendant of Adolf Hitler, and that Robert Mueller, who has been known for investigating voter fraud and Russia's interference in the 2016 election, was really working with Trump to expose Democrats and their massive criminal network. The whole Russia probe is just a well-planned distraction, and Putin is in on it too, according to them. Spreading disinformation is bad enough, but they've even hacked into YouTube to alter search results. They targeted Hollywood stars like Tom Hanks, for example, so that if you searched his name, the top results were those accusing him of keeping sex slaves and targeting children. How do we know QAnon was responsible? The videos included the hashtags #QAnon, #Pizzagate, and #Pedogate. NBC reporter Ben Collins was the first to report on these altered results. What's interesting is that Q has reportedly never mentioned Tom Hanks or Steven Spielberg by name in the breadcrumbs. YouTube did not comment about how the hack happened. The article I've referenced has also said that the ideas are vague and not necessarily alarming, but it's when they believed and action is taken is when we need to be concerned. The thing is, months ago, I would have agreed. Thoughts alone aren't harmful. However, it's the nature of this sort of echo chamber that QAnon has created for themselves, where they're just spewing these ideas back and forth. It kind of makes sense that this all became violent. If you were constantly being told that people were sex trafficking children, politicians were responsible, and no one was acting on it, and you mistakenly believed the source it was coming from, then yeah, I think maybe you would be moved to act too. Words absolutely do have power. The QAnon recognized that their claims and predictions were too specific though. In order to gain more attention and more people on their side, their claims started to become a bit more vague and believable. Or they've latched onto many other popular conspiracies that have now become part of the QAnon subculture. For example, drinking MMS, Miracle Mineral Solution, so that they believe it could cure COVID. It's straight up bleach, and we've talked about it on my YouTube channel before. Some flat earthers have also become QAnon members, as QAnon has become increasingly equated with science denial. There was the adrenochrome and Pizzagate, as we mentioned earlier, and of course the idea of voter fraud in the 2020 election. It's all stemming from the same place. According to the European Journal of Social Psychology, the potential impact and breadth of conspiracy theories was underscored in 2016 when Donald Trump was elected US president despite propagating a range of highly implausible conspiracy theories throughout his campaign. These theories included allegations that climate change is a hoax perpetuated by the Chinese, that Barack Obama was not born in the US, and that vaccines cause autism. The social scientists have increasingly recognized the importance of understanding conspiracy beliefs, and empirical research on this phenomenon has proliferated in the past decade. I did try to understand why this is, and I think EJSP does a fantastic job of explaining it. If you do want to read the article, I will leave it in sources, but the main points are that, first of all, conspiracy theories can have real consequences, whether or not they're known for directly causing violence. Like the conspiracy theory that vaccines cause autism, for example. It's very clearly a conspiracy theory without basis in reality, and we've talked about the singular, disproven study that supports this claim before. And yet, if a parent doesn't vaccinate their child because of it, not only could their child suffer and die, but infect and harm others as well. As for why all this happens in the first place, the EJSP says that a collective feeling of in-group superiority demonstrates a greater risk of belief in conspiracy theories. Now, I could be interpreting this wrong, but I don't think I am, but maybe. Feel free to roast me if I'm wrong, but basically what I think it means is that if you were relatively unaware of the outside world around you, or you saw others as lesser than, then you're far more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. This goes for anyone. This study isn't about Republicans versus Democrats, blue versus red, male versus female. The fact of the matter is that if you surround yourself with thoughts and opinions like yours and only yours, just as the QAnons have done online, then you become more susceptible to having these conspiracy theories and thoughts about people you view as lesser. As for what happened, well, though we still have no idea who Q is, the chances are the identity of Q is controlled by multiple people. QAnon has become a terrifying movement. They are the conspiracy that won't die with an addictive alternative reality to their users. As of March 2020, 76% of Americans said they had never heard of QAnon, 20% said they knew little bit about it, and 3% said they knew a lot about it. The ADL, or the Anti-Defamation League, has stated that although most QAnon-inspired conspiracies have nothing to do with anti-Semitism, a review of QAnon tweets and several aspects of their lore have proved pretty in line with anti-Semitic tropes. QAnon has done a lot actually, though some of their actions aren't quite as well known. In 2018, one man faced terrorism charges for using an armored vehicle to block traffic on a bridge near the Hoover Dam.
What?
He wrote letters from jail addressed to Trump and other elected officials bearing the motto of QAnon on them. The man was eventually sentenced to 7 years on a terrorism charge and 9 months consecutively for unlawful flight. In July of that same year, Q posted a link to Stormy Daniels' attorney's website and photos of his office along with the message "Buckle up," as well as a photo of a man near his office with the caption that a message had been sent. Police investigated the incident, though nothing really came of it. When Anthony Comello was charged with murder in 2019, he flashed a series of messages scrawled on his hands, including a pro-QAnon message and MAGA forever. The groups have been involved with aggravated assault, and one Colorado woman even said she was inspired to kidnap her child, who has been removed by her custody, in a raid with help of QAnon conspiracy theorists. NBC News reported, according to an arrest affidavit, Abkug's daughter, who was still in her custody, told police and child service caseworkers in September that her mother had gotten into some conspiracy theories and she was spiraling down it since her sibling was removed from the home. She also said her mother had stopped attending therapy 2 months earlier. Abkug's daughter said her mother had become abusive and was planning a raid to get her other child back, the affidavit said. The girl also said that her mother had procured a gun and that an armed man, who she said was definitely a part of this group QAnon and was sleeping on their couch for self-defense, planned to carry out the kidnapping raid with her mother, according to the affidavit. The girl said she did not know when her mother planned to carry out the kidnapping, but she said she was concerned that people were going to be injured because her mother said that they took her sibling wrongfully and those people are evil Satan worshippers and pedophiles, according to the affidavit. She could not understand why her mother did not see how this was a bad thing, the arrest affidavit said. So, needless to say, this group doesn't get any good press. They're not helping anyone, and I feel like we've established that. But what is it that made them more well known? What is it that finally brought attention to this radical group and has more people aware of them more than ever? Well, the Capitol siege. I'm pretty sure all of you knew that, and this whole video has simply been leading up to this day. Look, I don't care if you're red, blue, whatever, the Capitol siege should be condemned by all sides. Even if I thought this was ridiculous and didn't want to talk about it much before, that changed the moment after the Capitol siege. I don't care if I offend anyone by saying what I'm about to say, because anyone that gets offended by this is someone I don't want as a viewer anyway. So let's get into what happened. QAnon was shaken by Trump's loss. Since Trump's defeat, Q went dark. There were no posts from the account on 8kun, and this disappearance was jarring for the believers that relied on the account's drops for reassurance. They feel really defeated by the deep state, even if they're not admitting it in public, said Frederick Brennan, the founder of 8chan, 8kun's predecessor site. Mr. Brennan, who has left the site and become a vocal critic of Mr. Watkins, the owner of 8kun and a professed QAnon believer, said QAnon believers had brought into the idea that Mr. Trump was fully in control, even as the polls showed he had a slim chance of winning. They were not expecting him to lose, and they were not expecting Fox News to call it, he said. It was really psychologically damaging. The believers had no reassurance, faced a serious loss, and no plan emerged. The New York Times speculated on November 10th, 2020, that they would latch onto other conspiracies about voter fraud, which many did. However, as the voter fraud was proven to be bogus and Biden's inauguration loomed, QAnon members reacted by, well, a siege on the Capitol. Now, don't mistake me saying this. I'm not saying that every single person there was a member of QAnon and this was entirely their doing. This is just to say that many of them were advocates of the conspiracy, including the guy that had the horned furry hat. Yeah, remember that guy? He promotes QAnon. I don't even want to say his name because I feel like these people thrive off negative attention, so no names from me. The man that led the charge into the Senate chamber was a QAnon promoter too. There were reports of protesters wearing 6MWE shirts as well, which means 6 million wasn't enough, in reference to the 6 million Jewish people murdered during the Holocaust. One source states, the siege on the U.S. Capitol played out as a QAnon fantasy made real. The faithful rose up in their thousands, summoned to Washington by their leader, President Trump. They seized the people's house as politicians cowered under their desks, hordes wearing t-shirts emblazoned with the Q symbol and toting Trump flags closed in to deliver justice, armed with zip-tie handcuffs and rope and guns. The #storm envisioned on far-right message boards had arrived, and 2 women who had died in the rampage, both QAnon devotees, had become what some were calling the first martyrs of the cause. The siege ended with police retaking the Capitol and Trump being rebuked and losing his Twitter account. But the failed insurrection illustrated how the paranoid conspiracy theory QAnon had radicalized Americans, reshaped the Republican Party, and gained a forceful grip on right-wing belief. Born in the internet's fever swamps, QAnon played an unmistakable role in energizing rioters during the real-world attack on January 6th. A man in a Q t-shirt led the breach of the Senate, while a shirtless, fur-clad believer known as the Q Shaman posed for photographers in the Senate chamber. Twitter later purged more than 70,000 accounts associated with the conspiracy theory in an acknowledgement of the online potency of QAnon. QAnon didn't fully account for the rampage and the theory's namesake. A top-secret government messenger of pro-Trump prophecies, Q himself, has largely vanished, posting nothing in the past 35 days and only 5 times since Trump's election loss. But QAnon's prominence at the Capitol raid shows how powerful the conspiracy theory has become and how quickly it has established a life of its own. On fringe right-wing platforms and encrypted messaging apps, believers are offering increasingly outlandish theories and sharing ideas for how they can further work to overturn the results of the November 3rd contest, with violence if necessary. The fervent online organizing seen ahead of last week's assault has begun building again. A QAnon group on Gab has grown more than 40,000 members since the failed insurrection. Thousands more have flocked to QAnon-affiliated spaces on the private messaging app Telegram. One 12,000-member channel was so overrun with new members that those behind the forum temporarily froze the chat feature. Even as Trump is set to exit the White House, QAnon's grip on the conservative psyche is growing. Two freshman Republican members of Congress, Reps. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, have voiced support for QAnon, while others have tweeted its slogans. State legislators across the country have further lent its credence while also backing Trump's claims of electoral theft despite a lack of evidence and dozens of swift rejections in court. I know you guys have heard this before, or at least I'm assuming you have, because I know you've heard it a ton in these past few weeks. This is a threat to democracy. It truly is. It's not just some conspiracy theory to laugh at, and I never would have expected some absolutely easily disproved lies to get this far, and this thing hasn't died at all. QAnon wants us to know that they're still here. Biden's election has only stirred up more feelings of resentment among these people, and with Trump saying,
I understand they like me very much, which I appreciate.
It doesn't seem like they're likely to go away anytime soon. Trump has said,
I've heard these are people that love our country.
And even when he was told by a reporter that the crux of their belief is that he's saving the world from a satanic cult, Trump responded with,
Is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know.
So, needless to say, without them being denounced by the man they idolize, QAnon is going to grow more violent. Hell, even if Trump did denounce them, I'm not sure it would do much good. They'd probably say he was forced to say it or something. You can see those violent rioters at the Capitol, many wearing Q shirts, taking action, and it only makes me more worried for what's to come. This was born out of just a tweet, after all. And as I'm recording this, it's before the inauguration day, and this episode is obviously coming out after the inauguration day, and I don't know what's going to happen. I know there's a plan for things supposedly to happen in all 50 states, and I hope to God it doesn't happen. But I'm no mind reader. I don't know what's going to happen. I hope to God that I'm right when I say nothing's going to happen, but I'm very fearful that something terrible is going to happen instead. But with all of that being said, that's where I'm going to end today's video. I'm sorry if today was a little bit all over the place, but we finally made it through. Thank you so much for watching the channel. Love you guys. That's it, I guess.
Didn't realize I was going to be getting into a boss fight when I started that video. So...
I taste blood. Can't breathe.
Let's dance. Yeah.
Windblade.
I taste blood.
Okay. See if I've picked up any original resin. Yeah, I can go ahead and burn that. Put the situation back. I'm gonna have to take a break in a bit, partially because the server is gonna reset in about 2 hours. Also partially because I need something to drink / sleep. So I will take a quick nap break here in a bit. Okay. Check to see if I've got new wish. No. Let's go ahead and head to Mondstadt for a bit. Statue of the Seven. Drop off those animalcules. Animoculuses. Animalcules. I'm tired. Like the weapons, I have my weapons ready to ascend already. So that's not necessarily an issue. Is this a better Exile's Crown is the question. 3.2, 1.9. Seven. Okay, so yeah, this one's a better one, so.
Hungry. Let's hunt.
Okay. So now that's done. Mondstadt reputation rewards and Adventurers Guild rewards. So let's go ahead and... Yep, looks like I got Razor. Thanks, Chris. Yep. Like, the werewolf VTuber now has the wolf boy. And yes, I am maining Razor mostly. Story-wise, of course, like, it's, like, the main character still winds up taking over whenever there's a quest, but I didn't know that Razor was a Todd Habercorn voiced character until I heard his voice, and I was like, hey.
Welcome to the adventurous.
Anyway, I heard his voice, and I was like, oh, OMG, Todd, is that you? And so, yeah, as soon as I heard Todd Habercorn's voice, I was immediately in paradise. And I was like, in addition to loving Razor for being a good character, Razor's voiced by one of my favorite voice actors in all of anime history, so yeah. I am just one more adventure rank away from getting to start that. What's the name of this quest? And the thing is, I need to look at both the paintings that are currently in my inventory. Okay.
I smell rabbit.
Should be in with the books, right? Yeah. Don't remember in which order these are, but I think... trying to think. Look at those again. Those are the same thing, just from different angles. They're both Lua Pool, but they're from the east and west banks of them somewhere. If I'm guessing right. I didn't know there were viewing spots there, though. So that's interesting. Yeah. Right there. So it's somewhere along this ledge. Oh, it's these books that I couldn't interact with earlier. Okay. That would make this the opposite side. Just a reminder, we will be taking a break in a bit because we are going to be I need to sleep sometime during the course of time that we've got the server reset anyway. that dog statue we went past earlier, but I don't remember what direction that was. This is an interesting conundrum. I want to solve. Trying to find one of those things charged with geo energy, so I don't wind up having to switch over to, because that would be a long detour. It's just a core lapis, okay. So I will actually have to. In this order. Teleport. I don't think I've picked up a new GeoCuel in a while. No, I haven't.
Terra Smash! Freeze! Get back!
See if I've got enough for a wish now. No. Sad face. Okay. Looks like I'm stuck until we get our dailies back. Which will be in about 3 hours, I think. Let's take a look at our side quests. Real quick. So tomorrow we'll unlock an additional quest that might get us enough adventures, EXP to push us over the edge into the story. But that's going to be tomorrow, and that's going to be in a few hours, but I'm probably going to need to sleep. So, with that, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, everyone exempt, everyone floating violently between the extremes, be safe, be well, and,
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.